People are in Konoha. Start Binding Orochimaru by author Goddess Endowment. Chapter 1, Binding Orochimaru, 10 times Profit Feedback, Konoha 15 years. A scene of peace and tranquility. In the just concluded First Ninja War, Konoha was victorious, successfully recapturing the body of second Hokage from Cloud Shinobi. The young third Hokage thus established prestige and secured the position of Hokage. The above is the background introduction. It has been 3 months since Zuming traveled to the world of Hokage. After 3 months of adaptation, he was completely used to the life in Konoha village and had a deep and clear understanding of his talent. Unremarkable. A simple word is enough to describe everything. But it doesn't matter. He's there. You have said a go all Orochimaru. Feedback for strength improvement. Looking at the text that only he can see, Zuming showed a gratified smile. This binding system is his cheat. After binding a target, the increase in the target's strength will give him 10 times the feedback. The effect is simple and brutal. And at this point in time, looking at the whole village, the most suitable candidate for binding is undoubtedly Orochimaru, who is still studying at the ninja school. What's even more coincidental is that Zuming and Orochimaru are classmates in the time travel. This is truly an opportunity that comes to your doorstep. Zuming was tied up directly on the first day. From then on, he could see one after another feedback appearing in front of him every day. You have perfectly mastered the ninja tool throwing technique taught by the ninja school. You mastered the basic 3-body technique perfectly. The ninja seal can be reduced by half when performing the technique. You have perfectly mastered the skills of climbing trees and treading water. Advertisement. Ad. Your chakra amount increases by 100%. Unknowingly, Zuming's strength surpassed that of his peers and became one of the geniuses in everyone's mouth. Among this generation of students, there were only 3 geniuses before. They are Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, who are also disciples of the third Hokage. Now, Zuming has become the 4th one. If he traveled through time earlier and showed a genius growth rate earlier, he might also be accepted as a disciple by the third Hokage. The current 3rd generation project is not the indecisive old man of future generations. This is a real thigh. Zuming sighed sadly. But it's not a big problem. With the existence of cheat, as long as Orochimaru works hard enough, sooner or later he will be able to stand above everyone else and sit on the sky throne of the Ringen world. So, come on Orochimaru. Zuming cheered Orochimaru up from the air. I don't know if I received Zuming's encouragement. A few minutes later, cheat pops up a feedback prompt again. You have perfectly mastered the sea-level ninjutsu wind style A middle. Great breakthrough. The ninja seal can be reduced by half when performing the technique. You have perfectly mastered the sea-level ninjutsu water style A middle. Water wave. The ninja seal can be reduced by half when performing the technique. You have perfectly mastered the sea-level ninjutsu lightning style A middle. Motion wave. The ninja seal can be reduced by half when performing the technique. Hiss or broken bar. A broken bar. Zuming took a breath of cold air. As expected of Orochimaru, he learned 3 sea-level ninjutsu in a few minutes. The talent is truly amazing. According to Zuming's observation, his system feedback was perfect mastery, while Orochimaru's was just getting started. In other words, as soon as Orochimaru will learn the ninjutsu, he immediately mastered it perfectly. And by the time Orochimaru masters it perfectly, he will probably be able to cast magic without seals. Advertisement. Ad. You have perfectly mastered B-level ninjutsu A shadow clone technique. The ninja seal can be reduced by half when performing the technique. When Zuming was surprised, a new piece of feedback popped up in front of his eyes. This time, it turned out to be a B-rank ninjutsu. In the world of Hokage, B-level ninjutsu belongs to the ranks of advanced ninjutsu, and it is a rare resource that will not be released easily. This is also related to the difficulty of learning. Without the talent to become a Ringen, it is basically difficult to learn B-rank ninjutsu. The shadow clone technique in the anime is very difficult in the real Hokage world, an advanced ninjutsu that only Ringen can master. In the original work, Akayachi used shadow clone instead of himself to go to school. After being discovered by the school teacher, It caused a wide range of shocks. So Zuming was also very surprised. On the one hand, I am amazed by Orochimaru's talent, and on the other hand, I am amazed by the ease with which he can acquire ninjutsu. You can learn B-level ninjutsu without graduating. You are indeed a disciple of Hokage. Zuming sighed. Relationship accounts really exist everywhere. But think about it. They are 10 years old. In the Sengoku era more than 10 years ago, they have been on the battlefield for several years. It's time to start teaching some ninjutsu, too. Zuming thought about it, and nodded in agreement. He even wished for the cramming education of third Hokage, teaching Orochimaru a dozen or 20 ninjutsu in one day. With 10 times the feedback like that, he took off directly. Unfortunately, no more. Zuming waited patiently for a while, then shook his head. After 3 C-level ninjutsu plus 1 B-level shadow clone technique, there is no more feedback. It appears that third Hokage only teaches so much for now. However, the future is long. Zuming is very much looking forward to the days ahead. A broken bar. Advertisement. A broken bar. At the same time, in a certain public training ground opened by Konoha village, the 3 10-year-olds gathered together, panting and sweating profusely. Who? One of the boys with a naturally cold face, took a few deep breaths, straightened his body on his knees, and once again made a gesture of mudra. Hey Orochimaru, do you want to practice again? A white-haired boy next to him called out. Orochimaru, you've reached your limit, take a break. The blonde girl also said. Orochimaru just shook his head. He had a stubborn face, even though his hands were trembling, he still firmly completed the seal. The last bit of chakra in the body is squeezed out cleanly. Wind-style great breakthrough. A strong wind spewed from Orochimaru's mouth. Call! Exclamation mark. The fine sand grains on the ground were blown up, forming a smoke belt more than 10 meters wide. 10 meters away, the stake that was blown by the wind trembled for a while. Oh, have you already used the technique you just learned? The white-haired boy clapped his hands vigorously. Orochimaru, your talent is really pervert, the blonde girl praised. Orochimaru shook his head when he heard that. He turned his head and looked in the direction of ninja school, as if thinking of someone. His eyes were lost in thought. Jiraiya, Tsunade, what am I worth? That guy is the real pervert. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 2. Have you heard of the Tailed Beast Bomb? Rev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, that guy Zuming is really pervert. In our generation, he should be the one with the most outstanding talent. No wonder their attitude. Zuming is usually very lazy, sleeping in class, occasionally skipping class, often arriving late and leaving early. He looks like a poor student who is doing nothing. But every actual combat test and survival exercise stabilized them. The last time the 3 of them formed an alliance in private, planning to sneak attack Zuming. As a result, Zuming played 1 against 3, easily defeating the combination of the 3 of them. Thinking about it now makes me feel depressed. Next time, I will definitely beat him. Jiraiya clenched her fists and swore through gritted teeth. Orochimaru and Tsunade turned their heads away, not bothering to pay attention. I don't know how many times it's next time, and they all have calluses in their ears. A broken bar. A broken bar. 5 days later, Zuming looked at the system panel that was motionless, with no surprise on his expression. Have you reached the bottleneck period? Talking to himself, he changed into his clothes and walked out of the house. Orochimaru's practice came to a plateau, and there was less feedback for him. A few C-level ninjutsu in the shadow clone technique only gave Zuming 10 times the feedback to the level of one-handed seal, and there was no news about it afterward. According to Zuming's analysis, his one-hand seal is the result of a 10-fold increase. Putting it on Orochimaru, it should only be at the level of familiarity. That is to say, the knot seal will not go wrong and can be used in battle. Advertisement. Ad. For most ninjas, familiarity is enough, and they won't waste time delving further. With this kung fu, they would rather learn a new ninjutsu. Therefore, the level after familiarity can only be subtly improved through daily use. This is the work of the watermill. Orochimaru has just learned ninjutsu and will not be taught new jutsu for a short time. For Zuming, This is unacceptable. I have zero income here. If it stagnates, wouldn't my chi be just a decoration? Hey, it seems it's time for me to make a move. While thinking, Zuming walked towards the public training ground in the village. He decided to use the knowledge of ninjutsu from later generations to let Orochimaru slightly grow the seedlings. A broken bar. 9 o'clock at night. Zuming came to the village's public training ground, and as expected, he saw Orochimaru, who was still training. Falcon, with a focused and serious expression. Orochimaru threw the kunai towards the wooden stake vigorously, repeatedly adjusting the force and posture, trying to find the best solution. Hearing footsteps, he immediately looked alertly. Zuming, seeing this person, Orochimaru looked a little surprised. This lazy person actually goes out at night? Yo, still practicing. Zuming raised his hand to say hello and walked over. Well, practice a Jinin throw. Orochimaru nodded. Advertisement. Orochimaru in this era was still very immature, without the coldness and evil of later generations. He just didn't talk much, but had a peaceful and cheerful personality. Moreover, he usually studies and practices extremely seriously, and his grades are excellent. Taken together, they are children from other families as described by their parents. Are you free? I want to discuss something with you. Zuming didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. During this period of time, he became familiar with the young Sannin. They were both talented geniuses, so they naturally played together. Besides, children don't need so much intrigue. What's the matter? Orochimaru stopped throwing and asked. Do you know the formation of Tailed Beast Bomb? Zuming first asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Tailed Beast Bomb. Orochimaru replied thoughtfully. I heard from the teacher that it seems that the tailed beast uses chakra with yin and yang properties mixed and compressed into a chakra ball in a ratio of 2:8. It is a very scary technique. You are right. Zuming nodded first, then suddenly changed the subject. I got inspiration from Tailed Beast Bomb and plan to develop a similar technique. This turn of events confused Orochimaru for a long time. He glanced at Zuming several times in confusion and asked hesitantly, you didn't wake up? I'm serious. Zuming emphasized with emphasis. Oh, good luck to you, Orochimaru said with a perfunctory smile. Are you not confident in your talent? Zuming used provocation. Orochimaru rolled his eyes speechlessly. What a clumsy way to provoke. However, he still does this. Since these words were spoken by Kyoning, who was stronger and more talented than him, Orochimaru felt that he could listen to them first. Tell me, what kind of inspiration? Orochimaru asked expressionlessly. Advertisement. Regardless of the yin and yang attribute chakra, if I use a non-attribute chakra and only perform the highly condensed compression part of the Tailed Beast Bomb, what do you think will happen? A mysterious smile appeared on Zuming's face. Only high-level condensation and compression? Orochimaru was stunned. This sentence touched his heart and vaguely captured some inspiration. He couldn't help but get serious and think about the possibilities. Leave aside what will happen. How do you complete the condensation and compression part? Orochimaru frowned and looked at Zuming. I'm not aiming for nothing, Orochimaru. Zuming smiled contentedly and stretched out a hand. Light blue chakra spurted out from the acupuncture points in his palms, forming several chakra airflows that were restrained in his palms. Maintain constraints. Zuming picked up a grain of sand from the ground and threw it into the palm of the floating chakra. The sand fell on the palm of my hand. Release the chakra, and then center on a certain point in the palm of your hand, and control the chakra to gather towards that point, Zuming said while demonstrating. Under his control, the streams of chakra began to move towards the position of the sand in his palm. Swish, swish, swish. As the chakra moved, it slowly condensed and gathered in a small area without escaping. This area just forms a faint sphere. Vaguely, it seemed as if a chakra ball was condensed in Zuming's hand. This forms the basic form. Kyoning raised his palm and said to Orochimaru with a smile, what he is doing now is exactly the plan that Jiraiya taught Naruto Rasengan in the future. Now he is brought to the Hokage world ahead of time across decades. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 3 Rasengan Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Ad. It's actually possible to do this. Orochimaru looked at this chakra ball in amazement, eyes glowing. So that's the case. Only compressing and condensing is equivalent to achieving ultimate in the field of chakras form change. This is against the existing philosophy of ninjutsu. Almost all ninjutsu require both nature transformation and form change. But what if you only make one kind? Orochimaru grabbed Zuming's shoulder suddenly. His eyes became wild. He solemnly begged, Zuming, please let me participate in the development of this technique. Welcome. That's exactly what I'm here for today. Zuming shook off the chakra in his hands, and nodded with a smile. Then, Zuming taught Orochimaru the first stage of Rasengan cultivation method. Identify a point in the palm that can be marked out with ink. Release the chakra, then manipulate the chakra to move around that point, creating a chakra vortex. After hearing all of it, Orochimaru left happily. It looked like a young child had received a dream gift, with a happy and joyful smile on his face. Did you show the traits of loving research at a young age? Zuming looked at his back and sighed softly. No wonder he will become a scientific research madman in the future. Some people are really born to walk a certain path. After sighing, Zuming also went home. The purpose of his coming today is to teach Orochimaru to start the practice of Rasengan. Zuming himself actually did not master this technique. Rasengan's requirement for chakras control power is to pervert. In the words of the original work, it is almost to the point of dual purpose. He just did the first step, release and concentration. In the subsequent stages, it is up to Orochimaru. In other words, it depends on the plug-in. 10 times the income to help me. Advertisement. Add a broken bar. Overnight. Because of adhering to the good work and rest of going to bed early and getting up early, coupled with the vigorous energy of children, and the good physical fitness of being an ninja reserve. 10-year-old Zuming woke up at 5 o'clock. I got up and walked to the bathroom, and started to turn on the water casually. Feedback for strength improvement. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of my eyes. What the hell? Zuming was so frightened that he almost threw his pants down. He hurriedly cleared all the inventory, and looked at the empty place in front of him. Another system message appears. You have perfectly mastered the content of the third stage of Rasengan training. The third stage? Seeing this, Zuming became sober. I remember the third stage, which is to materialize chakra. Break the ball through the chakra vortex, right? Thinking of this, Zuming immediately found an old ball from home. Balls are very common children's toys. They're leftovers from my predecessor's childhood at home, and they are placed in the debris pile. Adieu. Zuming put the ball in his hand, with a serious expression, and started to release chakra. Swish! The ball immediately trembled violently, and the body swayed from side to side, as if there was another high-speed rotating water flow inside. Under Zuming's control, his chakra materialized and moved irregularly at high speed in the ball. Originally, he couldn't do it at this stage. The 4 stages of Rasengan practice. The first is release and gathering, the second is chakra drives the water flow to break the water polo, and the third is chakra materializes instead of the water flow to break the ball. The 4th stage is compression and solidification, forming small typhoons like the eye of a storm and gathering in the hands. Advertisement. Ad. Zuming can only reach the first stage. But with the feedback from the system, his level has been directly raised to the third stage. Snapped! Exclamation mark. There was a loud explosion. The ball in Zuming's hand exploded suddenly and shattered into pieces. What was left in his hand was a blue and white chakra ball that kept stirring the air and whistling. The third stage of Rasengan. Done. Zuming looked at the palm in surprise, shocked by the appearance of this technique. In the Rasengan, one after another chakra flow moves at high speed, entangles and rotates, and at the same time emits bright light, which is as beautiful as star trails. A broken bar. Zuming suddenly found a problem. His expression froze. Why is there feedback at this time? Could it be Orochimaru practiced all night, and then just finished the first stage of Rasengan training? This is too outrageous. The corner of Zuming's mouth couldn't help twitching, revealing a speechless expression. It took him a whole week to complete the first stage. Orochimaru only needs one night. Should I be so pervert? Orochimaru, Naruto is a little numb. A broken bar. At the same time, in a one-person apartment, Orochimaru looked tired, but his eyes were extremely excited. His own palm. A delighted smile appeared on his face. Strands of chakra were released from his palm, and then gathered faintly to form a dense blue sphere. Zooming finally completed the first step of the technique that Zooming imagined. Advertisement. What a genius idea! Orochimaru sighed sincerely as he looked at the dense ball of light in his hand. To be able to get inspiration from the tailed beast bomb and come up with a new technique development idea, he is indeed a genius who can stabilize my head every time in the assessment. In terms of talent pervert, Zooming is number one. Orochimaru sighed, and let go of the chakra in his hand. He is looking forward to sharing with Zooming the good news that he has completed the first step, and to share the next step of this technique. Orochimaru believed that Zooming must have had an idea. A broken bar. Hours passed quickly. It was bright. Zooming lazily went out and walked into the ninja school. Morning, Zooming. Are here so early today? By the way, Orochimaru said to look for you. As soon as he entered the classroom, many people greeted him. This is the halo of the first grade, the network of the chief student. Orochimaru? Zooming responded one by one until he heard a name from a classmate. Yeah, he told us that he has something to look for you, but he just went out. The classmate replied. Oh, I probably know what's going on, thank you. Zooming understood in his heart, and nodded to the man. If you think about it with your toes, it must be for Rasengan. This guy Orochimaru has completed the first stage of training all night long. Definitely can't wait to see what's next. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 4 Orochimaru, Zooming, you are a genius. Rev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, the roof of the teaching building of the ninja school. Orochimaru was sitting against the railing, with Jiraiya, eating the sumptuous Senju breakfast that Tsunade had brought to them. It's just that it's different from Jiraiya's feasting. Orochimaru looked tired and yawned after taking a bite. Did you not sleep well last night? Tsunade asked, seeing this. No, I basically didn't sleep. Orochimaru shook his head and yawned again. I've been busy all night, and I only squinted for 2 hours at dawn. What did you do? Jiraiya interjected. Well, a broken bar. Orochimaru pondered, thought for a while, and decided to tell the truth to his two companions. After all, they have already decided that they will become partners in a team. Zooming approached me last night and said he was inspired to develop a technique, and invited me to participate, and I agreed. Then I spent a whole night groping for that technique. Orochimaru explained. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other. They had no idea that Orochimaru was doing such a thing. Aren't you a little too anxious? Tsunade looked puzzled. Yeah, Orochimaru, we just started learning ninjutsu, so it's too early to think about developing ninjutsu? Jiraiya asked directly. Orochimaru shook his head with a smile, without explanation. He knew that his companion was worried about him, but he also knew what he was doing. Zooming's thoughts are very clear, and he feels that the possibility of success is not small. Moreover, Orochimaru finds it very interesting to do this kind of thing. Even if it fails in the end, he will not feel anything, because the research and thinking itself makes him feel happy. Advertisement. I want to try, Orochimaru said to his two companions, his eyes determined. Then, okay. Jiraiya nodded and said nothing more. I can give you my second grandfather's notes when he developed the new technique. Maybe it can help you? Tsunade thought for a while and said that he could help. The second grandfather in her mouth is second Hokage Senjuto Bairama. Senjuto Bairama is a ninjutsu genius who developed a lot of new techniques when he was alive, and the grace he left behind allowed the ninjas in the whole village to be taken care of. Not to mention anything else. The shadow clone technique was developed by Senjuto Bairama. The notes left by this great inventor are not invaluable. If necessary, I will ask you. Orochimaru did not refuse Tsunade's kindness, and nodded solemnly. For the time being, he didn't feel he needed help. After all, the first step has just been completed, and the bottleneck has not yet been encountered. A broken bar, jingle. As the class bell rang, the students outside have returned to the classroom one after another. Zooming was sitting at the back of the classroom, suddenly felt that someone came over and sat next to him. Without looking up, he knew it was Orochimaru. Zooming. Orochimaru sat down and said excitedly, "I did what you said last night." As he spoke, he stretched out a hand, released chakra from the palm, and then condensed, creating a cloud of blue mist on the palm. Amazing. Zooming took a look and praised from the bottom of his heart. Advertisement. Ad. Although he already knew it through system prompts, Zooming was still amazed when he saw it with his own eyes. As expected of you, Orochimaru. Ha ha, you made it so clear. If I can't do it anymore, I won't be ashamed to say that I will participate in the development of this technique. Orochimaru smiled humbly. Zooming glanced at him speechlessly. When Orochimaru was young, wasn't he aware of his talent? Zooming, what should we do next? Orochimaru stopped the chakra in his hand and grabbed Zooming's arm eagerly and asked. Well, this is what I think. Zooming pretended to be thinking, touched his chin and said, because nature transformation has been abandoned, the non-attribute chakra that relies solely on morphological changes must be compressed and condensed to a certain extent before it can cause lethality. Releasing and gathering just build a framework. Next, we need to rely on this framework and fill it with content. Zooming paused and lowered his voice. He told Orochimaru all about the second and third stages of Rasengan. Zooming, you are really a genius. After Orochimaru heard it, his face was filled with astonishment. You actually thought of using this method to enhance the power of the technique. Your idea is really amazing. I dare say, others can't think of it at all. Zooming smiled and waved his hands. It's just the wisdom of future generations. In Naruto's time, the technique of Rasengan has been very mature and perfected by the developer Namikaze Minato and the inheritor Jiraiya. Zooming directly took out the fruits of their years of hard work, which of course seemed to have a clear mind. The two of them talked in low voices and ignored the teacher who was giving a lecture on the podium. But the teacher turned a blind eye. The surrounding students just glanced quietly and then looked away, as if they didn't know that Zooming and Orochimaru were chatting together behind the classroom. Advertisement. Ad. They are all genius level students, so they are naturally privileged. I'm not very good at chakra manipulation. These two stages are a bit difficult for me. Orochimaru thought about the water polo and leather ball training that Zooming said, and sighed helplessly. It could have taken me 3 days to do it. The corners of Zooming's eyes couldn't help shaking. Would you like to hear what you are saying? It took Naruto 2 weeks to complete these 2 stages of practice. This is also called chakra manipulation, right? Don't underestimate yourself, Orochimaru. Zooming put his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and said sincerely, you are outstanding, at least in my opinion, unparalleled. One day, you will dance on the stage of the entire ninja world! Exclamation mark. Uncle Snake, you are a man who has no blood succession limit, no sage mode, but has been active all the way to Boruto. It is a grassroots genius in the true sense. You're exaggerating. Orochimaru listened to Zooming's evaluation, with a wry smile on his face. No, I'm serious. Zooming patted his shoulder vigorously. Thank you, then. Orochimaru wondered. You're welcome, just practice hard. Zooming laughed. The harder you work, the happier I am. Come on, Orochimaru. Whether I can be invincible ninja world before I become an adult depends on you. After finishing speaking, Zooming withdrew his arms, leaned lazily on the chair and began to doze off. He has already learned all the knowledge taught in the ninja school, and it doesn't matter whether he listens to the class or not. Anyway, if he maintains the first place in the assessment, no one will care about him. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 5. You have perfectly mastered the A-level Muji Ninjutsu A middle Rasengan. A-Prev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. It's just that Zooming didn't notice it. As he started to sleep, Orochimaru gave him a complicated look. The cultivation steps of the art are already very mature, and I don't need to participate in thinking at all. Apostrophe. Zooming, you have actually developed the technique, right? Apostrophe. Then why did you teach me on purpose? Orochimaru murmured to himself. He couldn't figure out Zuming's intentions. Tsunade was better than him in terms of background, and Jiraiya, who was born with all 5 attributes, was better in terms of talent. He was just a genius in the general sense. What do you mean by dancing on the stage of the whole ninja world? Orochimaru was full of doubts. Is this what you expect of me? But, what about me deserves your expectation? Orochimaru couldn't figure it out, so he simply put it behind him and focused on the matter in front of him. A broken bar. For the next few days, Zuming can see Orochimaru with a tired face every day. Obviously, the other party consumed a lot of energy because of the second and third stages of Rasengan's practice, and the progress is very gratifying. I can already break a water polo. This is what Orochimaru said to Zuming the next day. Yeah, come on, Zuming responded with an encouraging smile. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Ad. The evening of the 7th day, a system prompt suddenly appeared before Zuming's eyes. You have perfectly mastered the A-rank Muji Jutsu A middle. Rasengan. In an instant, a lot of thoughts and experiences came to mind. Zuming seems to have gone through 6 years of hard training, finally mastered the technique of Rasengan and reached its peak. Call out. He stretches out his right hand and chakra releases, condenses and compresses. The surrounding air is dragged and flowed. Then a light came on. A light blue ball, in which there are countless chakra flowing like star tracks, is suspended in Zuming's hand. Finally done, Rasengan. Zuming exhaled lightly, with a happy expression on his face. The tenfold feedback he received was the pinnacle level of Rasengan's mastery. When performing it, it is as proficient as muscle memory. Instant on and off, no hindrance. Over there, Orochimaru should have completed the second and third stages of cultivation, right? Zuming murmured. Then we can proceed to the final 4th stage. The 3-stage Rasengan can actually be used, but the damage is very low, which is not directly proportional to the difficulty of its use. After completing the 4th stage, the Rasengan's lethality will undergo a qualitative change, and it will have the power to match A level. Zuming couldn't help but start to look forward to it. What kind of feedback will Orochimaru give him after fully mastering Rasengan? The system was given to him tenfold. A broken bar. The next day. Advertisement. Ad. Zuming went to the school and met Orochimaru, who was listless but bright-eyed. The other party seemed to be a gourmet eater, hungry and thirsty, with relish. 7 days of high-intensity chakra control practice not only did not make him depressed, but like lighting a fire, Orochimaru's spirit entered a more active state. When Zuming saw him, he was startled, almost thought Orochimaru of the afterlife was reborn. Zuming, I'm done. Orochimaru dragged Zuming to sit at the back of the classroom, lowered his voice, but his tone couldn't restrain his excitement. The second and third phases have all been completed. Chakra has materialized and already possesses very objective destructive power. I tried it with stakes. Press this chakra ball up to create circles of Uzumaki-like cuts. In close combat, it is enough to instantly penetrate the enemy's armor. Orochimaru excitedly told about his experiences and feelings about Rasengan. Zuming already knew this. Listen to it again. Basically nothing. But he still put on an excited look and echoed Orochimaru's words. Sure enough, Zuming has already developed this technique. Unexpectedly, this performance fell into Orochimaru's eyes, making his eyes darken. That's right, there are already mature steps in practice, so there's no reason that Zuming, the developer, can't. Orochimaru didn't think about the void sound talent. In his opinion, Zuming is a more powerful genius than him. How can it be so difficult to get Zuming if you only break through the training of water polo and leather ball? I need a week. I'm afraid Zuming can do it in a day or 2. Although I don't know what you were expecting from me, let me try my best, so I can't make you think that I have no idea at all. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Advertisement. He paused, and said, although this technique can be used as a technique now, I think it can be further optimized, and I have some ideas. Zuming? Orochimaru's words stunned Zuming, who was about to popularize the 4th stage of cultivation. No, You have an idea now? It took Namikaze Minato 3 years to develop this technique. Although the fourth step is actually a matter of thinking, there is only a layer of paper between Rasengan and the third stage. But you understand now, isn't it too pervert? Zuming was dumbfounded, but he remained calm and said indifferently, "Tell me what you think." This calm and calm posture made Orochimaru strengthen his judgment. That's right, Zuming really had inexplicable expectations for him. Deliberately using the development of a new technique as an excuse to test my thinking and research ability. The previous 3 stages of cultivation have paved the way for me. If I can't get an answer to this, I'm afraid my investigation in Zuming's heart will fail immediately. Orochimaru sighed secretly. Although he didn't know what Zuming was planning, he was unwilling to admit defeat. He, Orochimaru, also has his own pride. Obviously everyone is 10 years old, so why are you condescendingly examining me? I want to see what your arrogant capital is. Orochimaru held his breath inwardly. Zuming took out a technique of great value as an investigation. In his opinion, it was a kind of downright arrogance. It seems to be saying that the advanced ninjutsu you desire is not worth mentioning in my eyes. I think a broken bar. Velu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 6 10 times feedback. Rasengan's S-rank version. Rev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. After hearing Orochimaru finish his understanding and vision, Zuming was stunned. What's the matter with you, kid? Lost by Namikaze Minato? Zuming only felt that it was extremely absurd, because although Orochimaru's idea was not completely correct, it was not far from the final answer. At least 70% similarity. Zuming felt that he didn't even need him, and if he gave Orochimaru some more time, the other party would be able to figure out the key points. How about it? After Orochimaru finished speaking, he stared at Zuming with burning eyes. Your idea is good, I feel like I can try it in this direction. Zuming thought for a while, with an encouraging smile on his face. Can't dampen Orochimaru's enthusiasm. Must be encouraged. Strongly encourage. It is best to let Orochimaru fall in love with this feeling, and stay up late every day to practice after returning home. Learn new techniques if there are new ones, and think in perfect old ones if there are no new ones. You take off, and I fly straight out of the atmosphere. I see. As everyone knows, seeing Zuming's encouraging smile, Orochimaru's misunderstanding deepened in his heart. Sure enough, Zuming is testing me. Although I don't know why, I don't want to be underestimated. With this in mind, Orochimaru stopped listening to the class, squinted his eyes and began to think about the fourth stage of Practos. During lunch break, Zuming also saw Orochimaru sticking to the stool like a log. TSK. Advertisement. Tsunade came over speechless, with a look of surprise on his face. Zuming, did you use illusion for Orochimaru? He's been thinking about you all day long. It's the first time I've seen Orochimaru be so obsessed with one thing. Jiraiya walked over and said curiously. Neither of them asked about Zuming's new technique. In their view, ninjutsu is a very secret and precious knowledge. Even if they are friends or companions, they cannot inquire at will. The more you put in, the more likely you are to produce results. Zuming spread his hands at the two of them, and said with a smile, just wait and see to be surprised. So confident? Tsunade froze. No way. Did you really develop a new technique for you? Jiraiya looked suspicious. Zuming shrugged, pretending to be a master without speaking. He turned and left, leaving only an unfathomable figure behind. A broken bar. 3 more days passed. Ninja school holiday. Afternoon. Orochimaru was thinking hard at home, crumpling up another scrap of paper and throwing it in the trash. A broken bar. He let out a weary breath and rubbed his temples. It's been 3 days, and I've thought about a lot of solutions, but it's not right. Maybe I should sort it out from scratch. Orochimaru stared at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. Zuming said that the inspiration for this technique comes from Tailed Beast Bomb, which is a pure non-attribute chakra after removing the yin and yang chakra, and then achieves ultimate in form change. Without the yin-yang nature of the hedge, there would be no explosion. In other words, The lethality of this technique should be reflected in other aspects. Advertisement. A gleam suddenly flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He thought of the third stage of cultivation. After chakra materialized, the resulting turbulence was sufficient to create Uzumaki-like cuts in the trees. That is to say, the lethality of this technique is the powerful grinding force created by the chakra turbulence rotating at high speed. A similar technique is Nadame's water-severing wave technique. Then how can I enhance its grinding power? Orochimaru looked down at the palm of his hand. A flash of light suddenly flashed into his mind. He picked up the pen, like in the first stage of cultivation, and made a point on the palm of his hand. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Chakra released. Gather. Compression. Materialization. This is the result of the previous three stages. But Orochimaru didn't stop. He continued to compress, so that bundles of high-speed turbulent currents, centered on the point of the palm, formed a vortex eye like the eye of a typhoon. Call out! Exclamation mark. Immediately, the entire chakra ball seemed to solidify like a crystal. The surface of the sphere unexpectedly calmed down strangely, forming a smooth membrane, and in the center, a large number of turbulent currents converged towards a point in the center, as if the stars exploded, forming an incomparably bright core. Really? Orochimaru was overjoyed upon seeing this. He hurried to a wooden stake that stood aside and pushed the chakra ball in his hand onto it. Puff! The moment it was touched, the stake shattered suddenly, turning into a ball of sawdust and bursting apart. Hiss! A broken bar! A broken bar! Orochimaru looked at the result in amazement, his mouth grew. Is it just a small step added to the third stage, and the power has increased by more than 10 times? Advertisement. What a terrifying technique. When it falls on a human body, the flesh and blood will be ground into pulp in an instant, right? A broken bar! A broken bar! At the same time, before Zuming's eyes, a new feedback prompt popped up. You have perfectly mastered the nature transformation of A-level Muji Rasengan, and you can inject other powers such as wind style, fire style, lightning style, magnet style, lava style, Zion Jutsu, etc. at will. You have mastered A-level ninjutsu A Big Ball Rasengan. You have mastered S-level ninjutsu A Wind style Spiral Shuriken, lightning style Hidden Thunder Maru, fire style Heian Rasengan. In an instant, 3 messages jumped out. Zuming was so shocked that he rolled over from the bed. Although he had already expected it, he didn't expect how powerful the tenfold feedback would be, allowing him to master the 3 Rasengans that appeared in the original work after adding nature transformation. Rasengan itself is already an A-level ninjutsu. After joining nature transformation, it even came to the terrifying S-level. In terms of level alone, it can already be tied with forbidden technique. Wait, my chakra attribute seems to be wind, thunder, fire. Zuming suddenly thought of something, his expression suddenly changed. I see, based on my existing chakra attributes, can I master the corresponding version of the S-level Rasengan? He claims to be a middleman, but being able to be in the same class as the young Sannin, his talent will not be any worse. Class 1 of each grade in ninja school is a gathering place for eugenics. Orochimaru, for example, was born with 4 chakra attributes. Jiraiya, born with 5 chakra attributes. Tsunade, the pervert physical fitness plus strange strength of the Senju family. Compared with them, Zuming was born with 3 types, which can only be said to be at the middle level. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 7 Lightning Style A Middle. Jinlei Wan Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. As expected of Orochimaru, it only took 3 days to break through the last layer of paper. Zuming looked at the feedback from the system and couldn't help but sigh. Orochimaru must have figured out the final stage of Rasengan and completely mastered this Muji ninjutsu. Only then did he get 10 times the feedback from the system. The biggest convenience of Rasengan is Muji. When fighting at close quarters, he spread his hands and rubbed his balls. The other side immediately became angry on the spot. A broken bar. A broken bar. Zuming didn't know. At this time, Orochimaru also sighed similarly at home. As expected of Zuming, He actually imagined such a powerful technique. Is there such a big gap between me and him? Ha ha, but I won't admit defeat. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with desire. He likes to study techniques, and likes to learn and study powerful ninjutsu, but this kind of thing is not consistent with his identity as a ninja. Ninjas just need strength. Orochimaru once felt depressed and thought he was a freak, so he kept it carefully hidden. Now, I suddenly found that Zuming was someone similar to myself. Orochimaru felt extremely happy. Zuming, you must have noticed my inner thoughts, so you tested me. Orochimaru murmured to himself. There was a bright look in his eyes. Advertisement, ad, then I have to move forward hard. The process seemed wrong, but the results were right. If Kyonin knew Orochimaru's thoughts, although he would be surprised, he would readily accept it. Black cat or white cat? The one that can catch mice is a good cat. Anyway, it would be enough if Orochimaru could work hard on earth coiling. A broken bar. In the early morning, in Konoha's public training ground, Zuming's figure appears here. He spread out one hand, and the chakra gathered and compressed in his palm, forming a bright crystal-like chakra ball, with countless turbulent currents churning in it, as brilliant as a star trail. ZZ. Suddenly, several electric currents jumped up from Zuming's hand. A stream of chakra refined into thunder attributes was injected into the chakra ball in his palm under his control. Suddenly, the chakra ball compressed into the size of a table tennis ball. The blue-white light died deeper, turning into a deep blue, and wisps of electricity stirred in it, like a terrifying thunderstorm in the atmosphere. Lightning style a middle. Hidden Raimaru. Zuming stared at the Rasengan and exhaled softly. This is the disappearing Rasengan created by Boruto's biography, Uzumaki Boruto, unconsciously injecting lightning style when rolling balls. As the name suggests, when this Rasengan flies out, it will suddenly disappear at a certain moment. Then, like a leap, it instantly appears on the enemy's body. The flight trajectory disappears directly, making it more difficult to dodge and defend. Go. Zooming through the hidden thunder pill at a wooden stake 30 meters away. Whoosh. Advertisement. As soon as the hidden thunder pill took off his hand, it suddenly disappeared, leaving only a stream of stirred air. Almost at the same time, on the wooden pile 30 meters away, a dense ball of lightning suddenly burst out. As if bathed in a thunderstorm, dozens of thunder and lightning bombarded the wooden pile in an instant. Boom! Exclamation mark. The wooden pile lasted less than half a second before it exploded. A flash of fire illuminated the training ground. 2/3 of the wooden pile was turned into blackened wood chips and exploded. It was originally as thick as a bucket, but in the blink of an eye, it was only as slender as an arm, and there were flames burning on it, making a crackling sound like wood exploding. Good. Seeing this, Zuming nodded slightly. A hidden thunder pill blows up a wooden stake, which in his opinion should have such power. This is an S-level ninjutsu that has been transformed into ultimate form and then added nature transformation. It is normal to have such power. Although the difficulty of learning does not mean the power, generally speaking, the more difficult the ninjutsu, the more powerful it is. Hidden Raimaru is an S-level ninjutsu, but even if it didn't blow up the training ground, it's not worthy of its level. However, this is also because the focus of the hidden Raimaru is not only lethality. Instead, he suddenly accelerated and relied on the lightning style to enter a near-sonic state that could not be captured by the naked eye. He directly hit the enemy before the enemy's nerves could react in time. This technique transcends normal human nerve reflex time. Unless you predict it, you can't avoid it. With this technique, J.A. Ring-nin can die in a matter of seconds. Those old silver coins at cage level may not be good. They are all from the pile of dead people. They are very vigilant, but it can also scare them. Zuming spat out a mouthful of satisfaction with a satisfied expression. With this technique, he could still walk sideways in Konoha even if he held 1/3 of an acre of land. The ninja world is too dangerous, and now Zuming finally has some sense of security. Advertisement. Ad. Speaking of which, Orochimaru still doesn't work hard enough. Zuming suddenly sighed. If he could travel thousands of miles a day, I would have reached a height of 10,000 feet. Damn it, you still have to pull out the seedlings and encourage them to grow. Rasengan is done. What should I teach Orochimaru next? Zuming fell into deep thought. A broken bar. After a few days, Orochimaru will learn the name of this technique from Zuming's mouth. Rasengan. He had no objection. and the whole person returned to his usual quiet state. It's just that I have been working harder behind the scenes, because I felt the gap between myself and zooming. I worked harder. A broken bar. Orochimaru, take a break. You've been working too hard lately. During class break, Jiraiya walked over to Orochimaru, looking at his companion worriedly. Since half a month ago, Orochimaru has been practicing day and night without sleep or food, and his already bloodless face has become even paler. Except for the regular meeting at school every day, I can't find Orochimaru at other times. This was something Jiraiya couldn't understand. How could someone be so devoted to something as boring as research techniques? If it were him, he would have lost his patience after half a day. Yes, combining work and rest is the right way. Tsunade also came over and said, the teacher is free tonight and asked us to go to his house for dinner. Let's go together, Orochimaru. Hearing his companion's words, Orochimaru also realized that he had become obsessed recently. He did not reject the kindness of his companions, nodded and said, okay. Velu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 8 Third Generation, Be My Disciple. Zooming Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Ad. Evening. Sarutobi Clanland. The contemporary patriarch, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is also third Hokage, sat at the dinner table and listened to the three disciples tell about their recent life. Although the affairs are cumbersome, Sarutobi Hiruzen still takes at least one day a week to meet with his disciples. Communication between master and apprentice is essential. Orochimaru, how is your training going? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with a smile after listening to the trifles in their lives, and brought up the topic on his own initiative. I heard that you are developing ninjutsu with Zooming's kid recently. It's amazing. Your teacher, I just started learning ninjutsu when I was 10 years old. As a teacher, as a Hokage. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not know the situation of his disciples? He had heard from many people that Orochimaru and Zooming had developed the technique together. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care. Just kidding around. Who would have expected two 10-year-olds to develop any skills? Actually, the development has been completed. Facing the teacher's question, Orochimaru hesitated for a while, and did not hide anything. Oh, the development has been completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, and the next moment, he froze with shock on his face. What did you say? Has it been developed? Tsunade and Jiraiya also showed surprised expressions. It was an answer they hadn't expected at all. Well, it has indeed been completed. Orochimaru nodded, stood up and said, I can't tell you the detailed process and content until Zooming agrees, but I can demonstrate it to you. Saying this, Orochimaru held out a hand, fingers spread, chakra released. Advertisement. Add no seal, apostrophe. This action made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes move. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. One after another chakra gathered in Orochimaru's hands, tugging at the surrounding air, forming a substantially bright light blue ball of light. The surface of the photosphere is as smooth as a mirror, like a crystal. There are countless turbulent currents stirring inside, violent like the eye of a storm. Every movement and stillness. Two completely different states are present in this chakra ball at the same time. Wait, you don't need to seal? Jiraiya suddenly noticed a problem at this moment. Muji? Tsunade looked surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, with surprise and doubt flashing in his eyes. A word came to his mind. Tailed beast bomb. That's right, Muji. Rasengan, Orochimaru said with a nod. He then pushed Rasengan towards the table in front of him. Buzz buzz! Exclamation mark. The stone-polished table emits a dense high-frequency noise at the moment of contact, as if someone used a cutting machine to sharpen the stone table at high speed. A large amount of powder spewed out and scattered around. The Rasengan in Orochimaru's hand was not blocked, and it easily penetrated the stone table 10 centimeters behind like a hot knife into butter. A hole the size of a bowl appeared on the table. The air was silent. The three of Sarutobi Hiruzen stared dumbfounded, unable to believe the power of this technique. Zooming and Orochimaru actually developed a technique? Advertisement. Add new technique. 10 years old. No seal. great power. Any one of these four elements is eye-catching. Now, the four elements are gathered together. Sarutobi Hiruzen was ecstatic with joy. Several plans to win over Zuming suddenly appeared in his heart. Such a genius. How can I miss it? Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. You are a smart child. You should understand that it will be beneficial and harmless for you to expose this matter, so never reveal to outsiders that you have really succeeded in developing ninjutsu. Orochimaru naturally understood this truth, nodded and said, I know, teacher. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, got up abruptly, and walked out quickly. Teacher, where are you going? Tsunade and Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop walking, he didn't even bother to go through the door, and ran out directly over the wall. Only one sentence was left to hit their heads. I'm going to see the child. You can eat by yourself. The voice fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen had disappeared. Tsunade and Jiraiya twitched their eyes, looking speechless. But soon, they were pestering Orochimaru, curiously asking about various things about Void. A broken bar. Boom. Zuming, who was lazily lying at home, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Advertisement. Ad. He walked over to open it with some doubts. At this time, is there anyone looking for him? Who is it? After opening the door, I saw an incredible guy standing outside. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before Zuming had time to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed in impatiently, grabbing his arm eagerly. Zuming, you are truly the treasure bestowed on Konoha by the heavens. I already know the situation from Orochimaru. You actually developed a ninjutsu, and it's an unprecedented Mujijutsu. Mr. Bairama is not as good as you at your age. Sarutobi Hiruzen said excitedly. He didn't give Zuming a chance to speak at all, and spit out a lot like a machine gun. Be my disciple, Zuming. I will give you the best conditions, the best resources, and the best environment, so that you can grow without hindrance. If you don't do your best to cultivate this talent, it will be a waste. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zuming with eager eyes, as if looking at some kind of rare treasure. Well, a broken bar. Zuming was stunned for a moment before he understood the situation. After learning that he and Orochimaru had developed the Rasengan, this third Hokage couldn't wait to take him as a disciple? Seems like a good thing. Zuming thought about it seriously. The identity of Hokage's disciple can bring him too much convenience. Moreover, the third Hokage of this era is vigorous, young and progressive, without the stagnation and hesitation of later generations, and the whole Konoha is also thriving. It seems that there is no need to refuse. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 9, 3 Senior Brothers and Sisters. Please give me your advice. Brev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. Teacher. Thinking of this, Zuming directly changed his title. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed, his face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He patted Zuming's shoulder hard and said, from now on, you are my fourth disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let's go with me to meet your senior brothers and sisters. The words fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged Zuming to the Sarutobi clan without any explanation. A broken bar. After more than 10 minutes, Jiraiya and Tsunade stared blankly at the teacher who had not left for a long time, and pulled a person to join them in the dinner party. Honey, please add a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled Zuming into the seat and arranged it beside him. And the three of you, I have something to announce. Zuming has also been accepted as my disciple. From now on he will be your junior. Tsunade and Jiraiya were confused. What happened? Teacher, yours is Hokage. How can the apprentices come as soon as they say it? Welcome. Please give me your advice. Orochimaru quickly regained his composure after being briefly surprised. He even thought it couldn't be better. Please give me more advice. 2. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade also reacted and greeted quickly. No matter how amazing it is, their teacher has already made a decision. Then just accept it. Advertisement. Ad. I'm the one. 3 brothers and sisters. Please give me your advice. Zuming also politely smiled back. Not to mention, This feeling of being fellow apprentices with the three young people is quite interesting. The dinner continues. As the fourth disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly decided to accept, everyone's topic naturally focused on Xuming, especially for the new technique he and Orochimaru developed, Rasengan. It was actually inspired by the tailed beast bomb. Xuming did not hide his secrets and immediately explained some development ideas. If chakra is materialized, compressed, and condensed, what will be the final result? Because I was curious, I tried it. I didn't expect such amazing results. Xuming also demonstrated Rasengan on the spot. Unlike Orochimaru, his proficiency is much higher. He only stretched out one finger, and the chakra condensed on the fingertip to form a bright Rasengan. With a flick of his finger, Rasengan flew to the ground. Puff puff, a broken bar. The green bricks on the floor instantly turned into powder, spitting out large swaths of dust. Amazing. What an amazing technique. Tsunade and Jiraiya acted as the most cooperative audience members and applauded vigorously. It's a very thoughtful technique. By changing the form of chakra ultimate, it has a highly polished lethality. What's even more terrifying is the Muji. The enemy will suffer in close combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. Unfortunately, this technique requires too much chakra control. The difficulty is at least A level. I'm afraid 90% of ninjas won't be able to learn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen cage sighed again. He said this from the standpoint of a village of shadows. As a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly hopes that the village can obtain powerful and universal ninjutsu, thereby improving the overall strength of the middle and lower class ninjas. Advertisement. If a technique is too difficult to learn, its value is actually not that great. Most of the time, it just sits on the shelf and gathers dust. Xuming didn't take it seriously. He knew that among the people here, there was someone who was suitable for learning Rasengan. That person, of course, is Jiraiya. Xuming, can you teach me this technique? I'm very interested. Before Xuming could speak, Jiraiya raised her hand to signal, with longing in her eyes. Of course, I don't mean to use your technique in vain. I have something of sufficient value in the future, and I hope to exchange this technique with you, Jiraiya said seriously. Of course. Xuming nodded naturally. Actually, I can teach you right now. Anyway, we are brothers, so it's okay if you owe it first. Jiraiya was a little moved, but hesitated for a moment, and he still shook his head. No, I don't have the ability to learn this technique right now. So let's wait. That's fine. If you want to learn, you can find me or Orochimaru. Xuming didn't force it. During the whole process, no one else made a sound, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he is a teacher, the teacher cannot force the disciple to hand over his unique ninjutsu. Ninja magic is the greatest secret. Even verbal temptation is a great offense. I don't need it. This technique doesn't match my style. Tsunade expressed no interest in Rasengan. Members of the Senju family are used to open and close games. Rasengan is no match for her strange power. It's over, let's continue eating, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. So, the dinner continued. Xuming's stomach was full from eating, and he didn't go home, so he simply stayed in the guest room of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. The same goes for the other three senior brothers and sisters. A broken bar. Advertisement. Add a broken bar. The next day, the biological clock wakes up Xuming on time at 5 o'clock. He got up and walked out, surprised to find that Sarutobi Hiruzen's house had already woke up. Servants came and went, and smoke billowed from the kitchen. Get up so early, Xuming. Third Hokage was sitting in the living room eating breakfast, looking at him in surprise. Hee. You can take a stroll after breakfast. I'm going to work first. Say hello. The third Hokage put on his Hokage robe and left the house. Is Hokage so hard? Xuming looked at the sky outside with some horror. It's only early 5 o'clock. The sun hasn't even risen yet. Is Hokage going to work? There is no difference from the social animals in the previous life. Forget it, I'm not a Hokage. I'd better eat and drink in peace. Xuming calmed down quickly and sat in the living room waiting for the servants of the Sarutobi family to serve breakfast. After eating for a while, Orochimaru unexpectedly woke up too, sat down next to Xuming in a familiar manner, and started eating breakfast as well. Are you so early too? Xuming asked in surprise. I don't sleep much, Orochimaru replied. The two simply started chatting. There is no way around the art of Rasengan. both inside and outside the words. Zooming can also understand. After all, Orochimaru has just been developed, and Orochimaru is probably still in the excitement stage. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 10, Changes brought about by Hokage's discipleship. Brev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. Zooming. I feel that Rasengan still has room to strengthen. What should I do next? Orochimaru asked a question he had been thinking about for a long time. It's simple, since the form change is ultimate, we can just add the things we haven't done yet. Zooming gave the answer readily. Something you haven't done yet? Orochimaru was startled, then suddenly realized, and said in admiration, so that's it, return to the original idea of a ninjutsu, add nature transformation on the basis of shape change. Zooming. You are really a genius. Actually, you are not bad. Zooming smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Orochimaru could only smile helplessly at this. He didn't know where he was outstanding. Okay, I'm done eating. Zooming wiped his mouth with a tissue, got up and said, I still have time. I'll go back and take a shower and change my clothes. Okay. Orochimaru nodded. A broken bar. For the next few days, Zooming still maintains a normal life rhythm, going to and from school every day, and going home to lie down. For the time being, he has no intention of giving Orochimaru the idea of pushing the seedlings to grow. When cattle and horses are tired, let alone people, Zooming intends to give Orochimaru some time to rest. Anyway, they are only 10 years old and have a bright future ahead, so they are not in a hurry. However, I have a lot of things to do here. Zooming sighed wearily. After becoming a disciple of Third Hokage that night, the news spread the next day. Many people heard the news and came to observe him curiously. The fourth disciple of Hokage. The first one I saw was naturally his teacher, Third Hokage's fellow disciple. Advertisement. Adjutate Koharu. Mido Dor A Middle. Yan, Shimura Dens A Ring, Akaya Kagami, Akamuki Tekcase. At this point in time, the 5 elders are still alive. Third Hokage bragged unabashedly to his 5 companions. Create your own ninjutsu. No seal. A level difficulty. Inspired by Tailed Beast Bomb. Hiss. So powerful? Zooming demonstrated it in public, and immediately received a lot of shocked looks. The 5 elders looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Then these guys became fiery, pulling Zooming to chat about various irrelevant topics, and directly squeezed Zooming's teacher, Third Hokage, outside. Zooming was terribly annoyed, but there were people who couldn't make a smile on his face. I had no choice but to deal with it like yes. He himself didn't know what he was dealing with. He only knew that when he woke up the next day, a large number of people sent him various things for no apparent reason, such as clothes, cash, gifts, ninja tools, medicinal materials, dried meat, and so on. It directly filled the warehouse of Zooming's family. Is this Hokage's disciple? Zooming was greatly impacted on the spot. He did some calculations, and the total value of these things was more than 5 million taels. But in the mouths of the 5 elders, it was just a hastily prepared small meeting ceremony. I didn't expect that one day, I would become a child of the rich and powerful. Zooming sighed, feeling that these things were too hot to hold. But he went to ask Third Hokage and found out that 5 million taels is not worth mentioning at all. When the status rises and the power gains, the money will flow into the pocket by itself. Not to mention that among the 5 elders, there is a Shimura family, a Akai family, and an Akamuki family. The family is not short of money at all. Advertisement. If it weren't for the care of Mido Dorian and Utatane Koharu, 2 civilians, Zooming can get at least 10 million taels of gifts. When 5 million is averaged out, each person will give you only 1 million taels. These are the original words of Third Hokage. Zooming was greatly shocked. That understated tone, that insignificant, just made Zooming truly feel the demeanor of a big dog. Damn the big dog. Wait, it seems that I am also a member of the big dog? That's alright. Zooming adjusted his mentality and accepted the gift with peace of mind. After 5 elders, he was taken by 3rd Hokage to meet some other people. The 3 Inashikacha ring families loyal to the Sarutobi clan, supporters of the 3rd Hokage Senju clan. Uzumaki Mido, elder of 3rd Hokage, currently Nine Tails Jinchuriki. 3rd Hokage Izakaya clan. Hokage fans Hyuga family. Aborame, Inuzuka, Kurama, Moonlight and other small ninja representatives. The younger generation headed by Hatakesukumo. For several days, Zuming was meeting and recognizing people. The dinner party of the Sarutobi clan lasted for 5 days. People are dizzy. Zuming felt the burden of Hokage's disciples. Is this the socialization of rich and powerful children? We meet every day and talk a lot of nonsense, then eat and drink until late at night, and leave drunk? Zuming felt physically and mentally exhausted. What made his head hurt even more was that Orochimaru and the 3 of them gloated over other people's misfortune and had no camaraderie at all. In their words, "You have to come again for the crimes we have suffered." Advertisement. It's numb. Zuming breathed out weakly. Fortunately, this communication did not last forever. After a week, it stopped. Zuming finally returned to his peaceful daily routine. It's been hard work recently, Zuming. 3rd Hokage looked at the 4th disciple worriedly, and comforted him. Don't worry, this kind of thing will only happen during the holidays and New Year, only 2 or 3 times a year. What? There are so many 2 or 3 times a year. Zuming turned pale with shock. A lot? 3rd Hokage scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Not much? Zuming looked at him speechlessly. Ha ha ha, you'll get used to it after a few more experiences. If you really can't do it, you can learn from Jiraiya and sneak out after showing your face. 3rd Hokage patted Zuming on the shoulder with a smile. Yes, you can also sneak away. Zuming's eyes suddenly brightened. If it's just showing your face, it's okay. By the way, let's get back to business. 3rd Hokage turned around and pointed in a certain direction, and said, "You know where my collection is. I have already ordered you to browse in and out at will, and you can see whatever technique you want to learn. I can teach you." Zuming looked in the direction that 3rd Hokage pointed, and nodded clearly. That is the teacher's personal library. It is mixed with various knowledge books from the Sarutobi clan, Senju clan, and Konoha village, which is worth as much as the background of a small hidden village. Your talent in ninjutsu is much better than mine, so I won't mess around. 3rd Hokage said to Zuming, "If you have any doubts or want to know something, you can ask me at any time. I won't interfere with you at other times. You can study on your own." Okay. Zuming nodded immediately. Stalking teaching it. He just likes this model. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 11 The Idea of a Lightning Style Ninjutsu Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Zuming began a free sheep herding teaching life. The collection of books at 3rd Hokage is extremely rich, covering everything from astronomy, geography, history, legends, etc. It's very enjoyable to read. Of course, he'll also look through some ninjutsu. It's just that compared to the time of the original work, the ninjutsu of this era is a little rough. They are all techniques that stack power very roughly. Means nothing. Zuming looked at some of them and then put them down without interest. This scene fell into Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru is also someone who can freely enter and leave the library, and he is eager to learn about ninjutsu and spends several days a week here. Seeing Zuming putting down several ninjutsu scrolls with a bored look on his face, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. That's a powerful B-level ninjutsu, but it can't be as powerful as your empty eyes? If you put it outside, it would be something even a ninja would be tempted by. But after thinking about it, Orochimaru felt it was reasonable. After all, Zuming has developed an A-level ninjutsu himself, and it is also an incredible Mu'ai ninjutsu. It is normal to look down on these B-level ninjutsu. Orochimaru nodded secretly. He himself felt this way. After trying the high-end Muji ninjutsu Rasengan, these B-level ninjutsu were somewhat boring. Just like those who have eaten delicacies from the mountains and seas, it is difficult to eat salted fish and pickled vegetables. Although learning these techniques is very helpful to me, I still want to learn more interesting techniques. Orochimaru rubbed his forehead and sighed inwardly. Advertisement. Ad. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Zooming, who was flipping through a certain journal next to him. Perhaps Zooming can give me some inspiration? Thinking of this, Orochimaru no longer hesitated. He put down the scroll he was reading and walked to Zooming. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Zooming was reading a biography about his travels in the Land of Fire. When he heard another footsteps behind him, he knew that it was Orochimaru who was coming. He and Orochimaru were almost alone in the library all day long. He also heard Orochimaru's footsteps very well. Zooming, I want you to give me a direction. Orochimaru's voice came. Direction? Zooming put down the book in his hand and turned his head to look in confusion. Orochimaru said seriously, the techniques in the library are too simple and boring. Are there any interesting and difficult techniques similar to Rasengan? As he spoke, he paused and added, of course, I'm not asking you for ninjutsu, I just want to be inspired and get a direction forward. After all, Orochimaru looked at Zooming with burning eyes. Zooming couldn't help but scratch his head. This scene is like a high school student saying that the exercises in the textbook are too easy and he is not interested in doing them. He asks where you can buy more difficult questions for him to practice. As expected of you, Orochimaru, I originally gave you a holiday. Since you came to your door on your own initiative, I won't be polite. I did have an idea recently, but it's still just an idea. Zooming thought about it and told about a lightning-style ninjutsu called Chidori. Advertisement. Once chakra undergoes nature transformation, it will be lethal in itself. Among them, lightning style is the most violent. Therefore, lightning style ninjutsu is often released in a way that puts the completion of the technique outside the body, because even a slight electric current may hurt the ninja itself. But what if we constrain the direction and position of nature transformation? For example, through the palm of the hand, the shape change operation is only performed at the beginning, creating a directional constraint, allowing the lightning style to expand and penetrate outward, thereby protecting the human body behind it. And because of the existence of the palm, it can always impose form change constraints. Is it possible to control a lightning style in the hand for a longer period of time? Zooming proposed an idea. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he heard this, with shock on his face. It's amazing, Zooming, your ideas are always unexpected. Ha ha ha, it's just a random idea. If you're interested, just try it. Zooming said haha. Of course I'm interested. Orochimaru's eyes were extremely bright and he said excitedly, thank you, Zooming, I was right to find you. Zooming smiled modestly and waved his hand. He just provided some ideas for the development of Chidori. In the original work, there are no training steps for Chidori. Zooming knows nothing about this technique, and is completely at the level of armchair skills, but that doesn't stop him from showing off in front of Orochimaru. I'll go back and give it a try. Orochimaru left eagerly. In the library, Zooming retracted his gaze and picked up the miscellaneous notes in his hand again. He couldn't help but wonder, if it's just an idea, how far can you go, Orochimaru? A broken bar. Advertisement. A broken bar. Orochimaru left the Sarutobi clan and returned to his home. He was already trembling with excitement. In the last Rasengan, Zooming gave mature training steps. Although it was novel to him, in the end it was still problems. But this time is different. Zooming only proposed one idea, and everything else was blank. This gives Orochimaru a sense of excitement about exploring an unknown world. Lightning style, especially the high-intensity lightning style, is inherently violent and difficult to control. Otherwise, Cloud Shinobi's lightning style armor wouldn't be a secret technique that is only passed down between shadows. The greater the power of lightning style, the more difficult it is to control and ensure the safety of the caster. So most of the lightning style ninjutsu remain at sea level. Orochimaru thought, muttering to himself. But, what if according to Zooming's idea, the location to release lightning style is on the palm? It's a subtle distance away from the body, but not far away. The ninja can use this to continuously exert control. Based on this, the lightning style can be shaped to change its form, so that its power can be released concentratedly to the front. The power is particularly concentrated and at the same time, It also protects the caster behind. Orochimaru muttered to himself, his tone becoming more and more passionate, and he was extremely excited. If he can really do it, I am afraid that an amazingly powerful lightning-style ninjutsu will be born in his hands. Sizzling. Orochimaru didn't hesitate and immediately started lightning style's nature transformation. A trace of lightning flashed and jumped on his palm. Feel's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 12 Orochimaru, Zooming. Your idea is feasible. Prev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. The next day, Zooming was eating breakfast at home, and was surprised to see a system feedback prompt appearing in front of him. Feedback for strength improvement. Your chakra amount increases by 100%. A tilde. Your lightning style nature transformation level increased by 100%. A tilde. He was stunned for a while, then turned to check the time. 5:30. Such a familiar time point, such a strong sense of A tilde. Copyright Yavu. It seems that something similar happened not long ago in this time period. Wait, Orochimaru practiced all night again? Zooming quickly came back to his senses, and the whole person was shocked. Is this person working too hard? I just finished talking to him about Chidori's development ideas yesterday, and practiced all night that night. It was the same with Rasengan last time. But the income is not as much as last time. Is it just that the lightning style nature transformation has increased by 100%? Zooming thought, stretching out a hand. Zzz. A bolt of lightning jumped on his arm, making a sharp sound. This level of nature transformation is already very objective. At least there is a ring-nin level already. This also means that when Zooming performs lightning style ninjutsu, he can remove the part that assists nature transformation in the Madara, leaving only the part that assists form transformation. Advertisement. Ad. Because of lightning style's nature transformation, he can do it himself. There is no need for the help of Mudras. It's not bad. Zooming raised his eyebrows, expressing his approval of this harvest. This is not a reduced handprint for a certain jutsu, but for all lightning style ninjutsu. This is the case for many ninjas. When their nature transformation or form change level increases, they can gradually abandon the support of Madara, and reduce ninja, single Madara, Muji, etc. First Hokage Senju Hashirama is one of them. With a clap of both hands, Pa. The tree world descends. Pa. Wooden dragon technique. Pa. Wooden golem jutsu. Simply outrageous. None of Senju Hashirama's enemies is hopeless. Looking at it now, it seems that I can slap it too, and the Chidori Kirin can be done in an instant. Zooming thought cheerfully. But the feedback is indeed less. But I can understand that last time I gave the complete training steps. This time I only have ideas, and the difficulty is a little bit bigger. Zooming stroked his chin, talking to himself. Would you like to comfort him when you go to school? Zooming was a little worried that Orochimaru's mentality was out of balance. But he miscalculated. A broken bar, ninja school. As soon as Zooming entered the classroom, Orochimaru grabbed his arm and dragged him to the back seat. Wait, don't worry. I know you have encountered difficulties, but ninjutsu development is like this. Rugged roads are common, and smoothness like diarrhea is a strange thing. Advertisement. Ad. The Rasengan last time was our luck. Zooming comforted in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru looked bewildered, pulled Zooming to sit down, and took a beat to react. Difficulty? Oh, of course I have encountered difficulties. My lightning style nature transformation level is not enough, and the electric current produced can only reach the level of arm paralysis. I have already planned to ask Uncle Akai Kagami for advice, but it is not important. Orochimaru waved his hand, his tone suddenly passionate. Even though the voice had been lowered to the point where it was indistinguishable from a mosquito flying, the excitement in his tone was clearly revealed. What I want to tell you is that I verified your idea. Lightning style nature transformation occurs in the palm of the hand. This subtle distance is neither in the body nor far enough away. It is indeed possible to achieve a certain degree of manipulation, so as to enhance the power of lightning style without hurting yourself. Zooming. Your idea is correct, Orochimaru said excitedly. At this time, Orochimaru's eyes were darkened, but his face was flushed, as if he was about to die suddenly with excitement. Zooming was dumbfounded. He thought Orochimaru was here to complain, and prepared a big pile of comforting chicken soup. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru didn't take it seriously at all. What problem? Difficulties stimulated Orochimaru's enthusiasm even more. This guy really is a talent who studies ninjutsu. Zooming sighed in his heart. He thought for a while, stretched out a hand, patted Orochimaru's shoulder and warned, ninjutsu is very interesting, but don't forget to rest. The body is the capital of everything. Orochimaru couldn't help but froze. He originally thought that Zooming would be very happy to hear his answer, but unexpectedly Zooming warned him to rest. Orochimaru's enthusiasm suddenly cooled down. Advertisement: this is not a disheartened heart, nor a cold heart that has been poured with cold water, but a restless heart that becomes calm. Zooming is right. Health management is equally important for ninjas. Although I have achieved results, it is only a moment of courage. Last night's efforts can be completed in 2 nights, and there is no need to stay up all night and work hard. I see, I was too obsessed and forgot the calm heart of a ninja. Orochimaru closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again. His eyes were as calm as Shizui's mirror, and he smiled at Zooming. I understand, Zooming. Thank you. You are welcome. Zooming withdrew his palm in relief. It seems that under his education, Orochimaru also understands that staying up late is not good for health. By the way, what do you mean by asking Uncle Akai Kagami for advice? Zooming suddenly thought of what he said just now, and asked. Akaya is good at fire style and lightning style, and Uncle Kagami's fire style and lightning style are second to none in Konoha. Orochimaru explained. Even Senior Hatakesakumo learned from Uncle Kagami. Hatakesakumo. Zooming blinked. It seems to hear an incredible name. Well, that is a senior who is good at swordsmanship and lightning style, and he practiced under the guidance of Uncle Miru a long time ago. Orochimaru said. Zooming nodded in a trance. This is not in the original work, but considering future generations, Kakashi got Obito's left eye, which has never been taken back by the Uchiha clan. Do you also have a love for incense in this regard? Then go for it. Zooming thought about it for a while and then left it behind. He didn't bother to care about other people's affairs. Well, I will. Orochimaru nodded emphatically. Feelu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 13. You have perfectly mastered the A-level ninjutsu lightning style A middle. Chidori. Prev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Evening. Orochimaru slept in the ninja school all day and went straight to the Uchiha tribe after school. Zooming ignored him and went home. The atmosphere inside Konoha at this time was unprecedentedly good. The relationship between the ninja clan is harmonious. Civilian geniuses are enthusiastic, and everything is prosperous. But having said that, the training of chakra is very spiritual. On the way home, Zooming muttered in a low voice, in the original work, Naruto's wind-style training relied on imagination to improve the level of nature transformation. I thought in my mind that it should be sharper and sharper, but in the end, wind style is really sharper. Then I cut the waterfall with wind style. To be honest, this is very unscientific. Zooming wonders whether his uncle Uchiha Kagami's way of practicing lightning style is also so idealistic, right? A broken bar. Uchiha tribe land. Uchiha Kagami was cooking dinner at home. When Orochimaru came to visit, he happily asked the kitchen to prepare one more serving. Besides Uchiha Kagami, there is another person here. A young man of 17 or 18 years old, with sharp eyes and an upright posture. Uncle Mirror Master, Senior Sakumo. Orochimaru walked into the house and greeted the two. Why did you come to see me? Jing smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for so many false courtesy. The young man named Hatakesakumo nodded and sat aside without speaking. It's like this. I recently tried to develop a lightning style technique, but my lightning style level is not good enough. I hope you can give me some advice. Orochimaru said it directly without any hesitation. Advertisement. The man in front of him is his teacher's fellow disciple. Totally trustworthy. The third Hokage also said that if you need help, Just go to them. Oh, are you planning to develop a new ninjutsu again? Uchiha Kagami's eyes lit up after hearing this. He put his hands on his hands and said with a smile, I really envy Hiruzen to have such outstanding disciples as you and Kyonin. You're flattered. Orochimaru bowed his head humbly. However, I think there seems to be room for optimization of the previous Rasengan technique. Why don't you continue to study it? Uchiha Kagami asked curiously. To be honest with you, I can indeed add nature transformation to increase the power in the future, but that is beyond my current ability and I can't do it for the time being, Orochimaru replied with a look of regret. Uchiha Kagami was stunned for a moment, then smiled in understanding. There are still traces of morphological changes, but nature transformation is difficult to explore. At Orochimaru's age, the level of nature transformation is indeed not enough to continue developing Rasengan. That's probably why I came to him for help today. After dinner, go to the study. You can copy my notes on how to practice lightning style. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. I'm free recently, Uchiha Kagami said with a smile. Thank you very much. Orochimaru bowed to Uchiha Kagami happily. These are the experience notes of a top-notch expert. Even if it doesn't help him develop the technique, Zuming said, it can still greatly improve his lightning style level. By the way, let's take Zuming over there and show him, Uchiha Kagami said. Yes, Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. The dinner was spent in a harmonious atmosphere. After Orochimaru copied the notes, he said goodbye and left. Only Hatake Tsukumo is still at Uchiha Kagami's home. Tsukumo, your future life is to be feared. Uchiha Kagami poured a glass of sake and sighed to the young man. When I was 10 years old, I still had trouble climbing trees. These two children were no longer satisfied with the existing ninjutsu and began to develop new ninjutsu. When the young man Tsukumo heard this, he showed an interesting expression. Advertisement. Add the teacher has confidence in them, I'm really confident in the other one. Uchiha Kagami took a sip of his drink and said, on the surface, Orochimaru worked hard to develop it, but the most important core idea has always been proposed by the child named Zuming. And the technique of Rasengan has already proved the child's ability. So I believe that this technique is no exception. Hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo showed surprise. It was the first time he had seen his teacher praise someone so bluntly. Is the fourth disciple of Lord Third Generation really so powerful? Tsukumo, you have to know that Hiruzen originally only planned to accept 3 disciples, and didn't want any more. As if aware of Tsukumo's surprise, Uchiha Kagami explained with a smile. But for Zuming, he broke his own principles. That's enough to say a lot. Hatake Tsukumo was even more surprised, full of curiosity about Zuming. A broken bar. 3 days have passed. Taking advantage of the school holiday, Zuming came to Third Hokage's library, and continued to read various travel notes and miscellaneous notes. Sudden, the feedback information of the system jumped out of his eyes. Your chakra amount increases by 100%. A tilde, your lightning style nature transformation level increased by 1000%. A tilde. Zuming glanced at it and found that it was the same content as a few days ago, so he didn't care. Ready to ignore the past, suddenly, he seemed to see something incongruous, and his gaze fell on the second feedback message involuntarily. 1000%? Advertisement. Ad. The number at the end of the message made him stunned. Is there an extra zero? Zuming rubbed his eyes, looked again, and counted seriously. 1, 2, 3. That's right, there really is an extra zero. This time it's not 100%, but 1000%? Wait. That's 10 times the feedback. Doesn't it mean that Orochimaru has reached 100% now? Zuming suddenly stood up in surprise. So fast? In a few days, Orochimaru's lightning style nature transformation level has increased by 100%. That Uncle Mirror's teaching is so powerful. You have perfectly mastered the A-level ninjutsu lightning style Chidori. A tilde. It's not over yet. When Zuming was surprised, the system's feedback jumped out of his eyes again. Immediately, strange but familiar knowledge and experiences came to mind. Zuming was in a trance, as if he had experienced years of hard training. Finally, in the effort of forgetting to eat and sleep, he successfully mastered the technique called Chidori. Wow! It's only been a few days. Zooming bowed his head in shock and forgot. It had only been 4.5 days since he told Orochimaru about the idea of a Chidori. This gave him a complete Chidori feedback. Why is it faster than Rasengan? Zooming scratched his head, feeling outrageous. Velu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 14 Seeking Zooming's Help Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Ad. At the same time, in a public training ground in Konoha, Crackle. Crackle. Orochimaru's right hand flashed a dazzling electric light and made a sharp sound. From a distance, his arms seemed to be wrapped in chains made of lightning, from the wrist to the elbow joint. A broken bar. The next moment, Orochimaru stopped chakra suddenly and let out a sullen breath. A trace of pain flashed across his face. Lightning-style nature transformation is enough, and it can be highly concentrated in the palm, but it is not good for manipulation. The shape change of this technique is too difficult. Rasengan requires persistence, but this technique requires instantaneous forcible suppression. Orochimaru was a little distressed. If the power of lightning style cannot be suppressed, this technique will hurt the caster. It seems that we have to seek Zooming's help again. Orochimaru sighed, left the training ground, and headed for the Sarutobi clan. He knew that Zooming should be at the teacher's house now. A broken bar. Sarutobi Hiruzen home. Zooming was enjoying a sumptuous lunch when suddenly a figure walked towards him quickly. Orochimaru? He looked at the figure in surprise. Zooming, I'm in a predicament. Orochimaru walked over with a wry smile, sat aside, picked up a bowl and began to pick up vegetables without any hesitation. Advertisement. Ad. After taking a few bites, he suddenly remembered something. He took out a notebook and handed it to Zooming. This is Uncle Mirror's lightning style experience. Uncle Mirror said you can take a look if you want. Orochimaru said, after I finish eating, we can talk about the difficulties I encountered. Okay. While eating, Zooming took the notes and flipped through them. He was quite curious. But after turning a few pages, the expression changed a little. He speeded up and read the entire notebook in a few minutes, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help shaking. The content was just as he expected, very idealistic. Imagine the appearance of thunder and lightning, fast, manic, and sharp. When refining chakra, try to move the chakra closer to that direction. The general outline of the core is just such a sentence. From Zooming's point of view, the meaning is simply unclear. It turns out that the practice of chakra is really all based on imagination. It's because I'm short-sighted. Kyoning sighed after reading it and handed the note back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at Zooming calmly and nodded secretly. My guess is correct. Rasengan shows that Zooming's level in form transformation is extremely high. It makes no sense that nature transformation knows nothing about it. And Zooming also said that Rasengan's next step is to join nature transformation. So, Zooming's true level is unbelievably high, and Uncle Jing's experience is no longer useful. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with joy, and he was happy that he had seen through Zooming's disguise. Sooner or later, one day, he will tear off all the disguises of Zooming. I really want to know what kind of stunning posture Zooming really looks like. What are you looking at me for? Advertisement. Ad. Zooming still didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking, and was puzzled to find that Orochimaru had been staring at him. It's nothing. I just felt a little emotional for a moment. Orochimaru shook his head and put away his notes. The two stopped talking and just ate their meals. Zooming noticed that Orochimaru's right hand was unstable and showed signs of shaking when picking up vegetables. Obviously, this is a side effect of practicing lightning style. Chidori is an A-level ninjutsu, and its difficulty in practicing is largely due to the side effects. If you are not careful, the operator may injure a nerve with a lightning style, causing the nerve to burn out and the arm to become useless. Zooming thought for a while and decided to give a reminder. Lightning style training can easily injure yourself. Orochimaru, you should be prepared. If you have any problems, seek treatment from the Senju clan immediately. In this era, There was no such thing as medical ninja. High-end doctors are basically concentrated in the Senju family and the Uzumaki family, so there is no problem in persuading Orochimaru to join the Senju clan. I'll pay attention. Orochimaru nodded, swallowed the last mouthful of rice, and asked again, zooming, my lightning style level is sufficient, but my control power is not enough to restrain the lightning style and release it forward. How did you do it? Zooming raised his chin and asked him to demonstrate again. Orochimaru immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and extended his right hand. Crackling, a dazzling electric current burst out, wrapping around his arm like a chain. But these chains are restless, like violent pythons, constantly spreading outward, as if they want to devour and plunder everything in all directions. That's it. Orochimaru stopped chakra in pain, and his arm felt numb. For several minutes, he couldn't move his hands. Why don't you form seals? Zooming knew the problem at a glance and said helplessly, handprints are the best auxiliary tool, even if you omit them later when you become familiar with them. There must be something at the beginning. Just use whatever you have. Advertisement. Ad boom. These words fell on Orochimaru's ears like a bolt of lightning. His heart was shocked and he woke up with a start. Yes, there are also handprints. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, complex thoughts flashing through his eyes. He suddenly understood. The Rasengan technique made him arrogant. When developing this lightning style, I unconsciously kept asking myself to use Muji. So I stagnated at the stage of nature transformation. Orochimaru, you are blinded by your own arrogance. Apostrophe. Rasengan is an incredible Muji ninjutsu, but does this technique have anything to do with you? Apostrophe. From the concept to the specific details, everything was provided by Zooming. You are just a craftsman who makes things step by step according to the design drawings. Apostrophe. Orochimaru hated himself in his heart. For a time, all the complacency in having developed the Rasengan technique disappeared. I understand what to do, Zooming. Orochimaru took a deep breath and said gratefully to Zooming, Oh, that's good. Zooming looked at him strangely. Isn't it just telling you to use your handprints? Why is it so solemn? Stop talking, I already know how to do it. And I can't wait to finish it. Orochimaru stood up happily and left like a meteor. It really comes in a hurry and goes in a hurry. Zooming didn't even understand what was going on. This is probably the world of geniuses, right? Zooming scratched his head, stood up and walked out. But he went to the kitchen to prepare desserts after the meal. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 15, Seal, Ugly, Mao, Shen, Brev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. After eating dessert, Zooming also left the Sarutobi clan. Instead of going home, he took a slow walk to digest his food and came to the forest behind Hokai Rock. The forest is quiet. Zooming walked a few hundred meters, found a place where no one was around, and stopped. It's a nice rock. He looked at a 3-meter-high boulder covered with moss and nodded. Zzz. The whistling sound of electric current sounded. Wisps of dazzling lightning emerged from his arms, dancing his body like a python. Zooming manipulated these electric pythons, gathered them together, and turned them into a ball of dazzling blue light, as if holding the terrifying thunderstorm in his hand. Squeak! The thunderstorm made a piercing noise, as if 1,000 birds had gathered together to sing. The quiet forest was instantly awakened. Countless sleeping beasts, resting birds, and dormant insects were all alarmed by the sudden sound, thinking that there was another thunderstorm, and they frantically searched for hiding places. Lightning style Chidori. Zooming spat out the name of this technique, and the figure disappeared suddenly. Whoosh! In the next moment, he crossed a distance of 20 meters and appeared in front of the builder. At the same time, the Chidori in his hand stabbed out, prickly like a scissors ripping through paper. The huge stone seemed to be nothing in front of him, and was cut in half by Chidori in an instant. Bang! Advertisement. Add the stone, which was split in half, poured to both sides and hit the ground, causing violent vibrations. A large cloud of dust splashed up. Good. Zooming nodded, and cancelled the Chidori in his hand. He looked at the place where the boulder was cut, and after the dust dispersed, he clearly saw that the incision was as smooth as a mirror, extremely flat, as if a huge blade fell from the sky and cut the 3-meter-high boulder in half. This is the power of Chidori. Highly concentrated lightning-style chakra for amazing piercing. Not to mention stone, even steel can't resist. Coupled with the electric current attached to the lightning style, it can stimulate the cell activity of the caster, thus entering a state of ultra-high-speed assault. Once Chidori's technique is cast, it will be like lightning from the sky, arriving in an instant, and there is no way to dodge it. I don't know when Orochimaru will complete this technique, Zuming said to himself expectantly. With 10 times the feedback of the system, when Orochimaru masters the complete Chidori, what he can get should be a complete set of Chidori's derived spells. Chidori Stream, Chidori Blade, Chidori Chiban, Chidori Sharp Spear. In the original work, Sasuke used these tricks to kill an unknown number of cage-level enemies and use the Boruto Pass all the way. It can be seen that this set of derivative tricks is easy to use. This is an excellent derivative ninjutsu that has not been eliminated for more than 10 or 20 years and can be used forever. It's time to go home. After Zuming tested Chidori's power, he made an earth-style seal. Click! The 2 halves of the stone in front of him suddenly shattered, turning into spears and piercing out. The traces left by Chidori were buried and disappeared. Advertisement. Ad crack. Crack. Zuming used earth style several times in a row, and didn't stop until the 2 halves of the stones were no longer the same. Done. He clapped his hands and left with satisfaction. A broken bar. A broken bar. A week later, among the Senju clan, Orochimaru put one hand on the table. His head was covered with cold sweat. His lips were white, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. Opposite, a woman with red hair puts her hand on Orochimaru's arm. A layer of faint green magic light appeared on the woman's hand. As the light fell, the wound on Orochimaru's arm healed quickly, and the scab formed and fell off, turning into brand new skin. His expression also slowly relaxed, as if the pain had been relieved. Alright. Uzumaki Mido finished the treatment, withdrew his bomb, sighed and said, "Little Orochimaru, you are too desperate. Even if you are developing ninjutsu, you don't need to be so demanding on yourself, right?" Orochimaru smiled nonchalantly when he heard the words, and said, "Senior Mido, I know it well. Every time I get injured, it is within my tolerance limit, and there will be no sequelae. That's why I'm worried." Uzumaki Mido said in a deep voice, "Who would practice ninjutsu to limit their injuries?" Orochimaru could sense Uzumaki Mido's kindness, but he shook his head anyway. He feels fast. He is about to fully develop this lightning-style ninjutsu. Hey, pay attention to yourself. Seeing that Orochimaru couldn't listen, Uzumaki Mido shook his head and left. You walk slowly. Advertisement. Orochimaru got up and sent him off. After Uzumaki Mido left, Orochimaru returned to the house and took out his large stack of manuscript papers again, thinking non-stop, and immediately entered a state of highly focused thinking. By comparing different lightning-style ninjutsu, Orochimaru has a deeper understanding of ninjutsu. Now he can even write a textbook, analyze the functions and meanings of different mudras, and summarize the rules, listing the effects of dozens of different ninja combinations. There are weakening, strengthening, stability, maintenance, and mutual assistance between ninja seals. In this way, there are as many as the sea of AA stars. Orochimaru felt that he had opened the door to a new world, and it was like an adventurer had come to a strange and fertile land, full of treasures as far as he could see. How could he stop at a time like this? Continue with plan number 8 and try to add the already stamp after the 4th stamp. Orochimaru looked at the manuscript paper in his hand. His eyes were as bright as fire. If Zuming were here, he would be surprised to find that Orochimaru will learn the controlled experiment without a teacher. By designing different experimental projects, a large amount of data about handprints can be obtained. Then sort out these data and find the law of ninja combination. I spent most of my time collecting data on different ninja seals. Although there are still many things I don't know, the data I got can already support me to complete this technique. Orochimaru muttered to himself. Zizi. His eyes were firm, his hands began to seal, and violent currents jumped from his arms like snakes and pythons. Ugly Machine! Squeak! Exclamation mark. The sound of the electric current suddenly amplified, from a small noise to a dense and piercing sound. In an instant, it seemed as if thousands of birds had gathered here, singing at the same time. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 16 Feedback. Chidori derived ninjutsu. Rev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Add this movement. Uzumaki Maito, who had just walked out, suddenly turned around and looked in surprise at the room where Orochimaru was studying ninjutsu. And this level of chakra? Kid Orochimaru, did you succeed? Uzumaki Maito muttered to himself in surprise. She was thinking about letting Hiruzen take Orochimaru back. It is a good thing to develop ninjutsu, but I am afraid of breaking into a dead end. If the development is successful for the first time, I will force myself to succeed the second time. This will get you stuck. Uzumaki Maito has been worrying about this kind of thing, but it seems that she is worrying too much. Young people today are really amazing. Uzumaki Maito sighed, turned back and continued walking outside. Now that it was successful, there was no need for her to worry. A broken bar. The other side. Zuming was visiting a festival in a commercial street outside, sitting in a dim sum shop and eating. Suddenly, a feedback message came from the system. You have a deeper understanding of the A-level ninjutsu lightning style Chidori, and thus developed many supporting derivative ninjutsu. You have perfectly mastered the derivative ninjutsu Chidori style, can be used without printing. You have perfectly mastered the derivative ninjutsu, Thousand Bird Blade, can be used without printing. You have perfectly mastered the derivative ninjutsu, Chidori Kai Enbun, can be used without printing. You have perfectly mastered the derivative ninjutsu, Chidori Sharp Gun, can be used without printing. Advertisement. Ad so fast? Zuming was startled immediately. He forgot to eat the meatball soup in the bowl. He was not surprised that Orochimaru could master Chidori, but this time surprised him. It has only been 7 days since the last time I came to inquire. In 7 days, has Orochimaru completed the ninja matching of the Chidori technique? I thought it would be at least 2 or 3 months. Zuming showed emotion. He has seen from the library of his teacher Third Hokage that in this era, Konoha knows too little about ninja prints. Even the role of the basic 12 ninja seals has not been figured out yet. Orochimaru had no reference materials at all, so he had to figure it out step by step. We all know that the exploration stage is the most time consuming. But in terms of results, Orochimaru deserves its reputation. Zuming sighed with a smile. After all, in the original work, a researcher who is ahead of the entire ninja world, Orochimaru, who is only 10 years old now, has already shown his scientific talent. Binding the system to Orochimaru was the best decision I've ever made. Zuming secretly said in his heart. A broken bar. 2 days later, Zuming woke up from his afternoon nap and was about to go out to look for food. Suddenly his teacher Third Hokage appeared at his door. Zuming, go to your Uncle Jing's house for dinner tonight, he treats you. After dropping those words, Third Hokage turned into smoke and exploded. Shadow clone? Zuming looked at the smoke and raised his eyebrows. Advertisement. Ad. But since there was a treat, he was also happy and relaxed, and immediately changed direction and walked towards the clan of the Uchiha clan. When he arrived, there were people waiting outside the clan site to guide him. Zuming followed and soon came to the home of his uncle Uchiha Kagami. After entering the house, then I saw 3 people gathered there, drinking and talking and laughing. They are Uchiha Kagami, Third Hokage, Orochimaru. It's finally here, Zuming. Seeing him, Third Hokage smiled and waved. Come on, your Uncle Mirror can't wait. What's wrong? Zuming walked over curiously and asked. The lightning style ninjutsu has been developed, and my uncle is very curious. Orochimaru explained beside him. After all, I have a share of the credit. I definitely want to see what kind of technique is developed. Uchiha Kagami smiled reservedly. I see. Zuming walked over and sat down, and casually said to Orochimaru, since it's developed, why don't you show it to Uncle Jing? This casual attitude made the expressions of all 3 present move slightly. Zuming's attitude is very indifferent, but it was the indifference that surprised them. This is a new ninjutsu developed with hard work based on your ideas, Aren't you curious? Most people have long been ecstatic, okay? As expected of you, zooming. Orochimaru sighed as expected. He thought it would be strange if Fuming was surprised. First there is the ultimate form-changing Muji, and then there is the subtle advanced lightning style. The ideas of the two techniques before and after were all proposed by Zooming. It can be seen how deep Zooming's understanding and experience of the art is. General results. I'm afraid they won't be able to arouse Zooming's interest, just like I've seen too much ninjutsu, and now I see a new jutsu, I won't be too interested. Advertisement. Ad because it's all the same shape change and nature transformation. And the vast majority of ninjutsu is just a slight difference in the ratio of these two changes. Thinking of this, Orochimaru sighed faintly. He felt that Zooming had already foreseen the final result when he told him about the idea of a lightning style ninjutsu. Just like when he looks at the name of a low-level ninjutsu now, he can guess the ninjutsu and its effect. Not interested at all. As expected of me, Zooming couldn't help being puzzled when he heard Orochimaru's exclamation. I'm just a beginner on this road, and you've already seen the scenery on the road, and you're even getting tired of it. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and he spoke words full of deep meaning. What have you come up with? Zooming looked at him in bewilderment. Do geniuses have brain problems? But don't worry. I will try my best to catch up with you, and then. Orochimaru looked at Zooming, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile full of fighting spirit. Then let's see, who can climb the higher one? Landscape? Oh, okay. Zooming was a little startled by this enthusiasm, and he was taken aback before catering. TSK. Are you playing dumb again? Orochimaru whispered. No one else heard this sentence clearly. But the exchange between the two ended here. Third Hokage clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and said with a smile, it's not too late. Orochimaru, please teach Zooming the technique quickly, your mirror master can't wait. I can't wait? Uchiha Kagami looked at Third Hokage amusedly. He was just curious. It's like hearing a child of a nephew brag about what great invention he has come up with. As an adult, I naturally wouldn't examine it with a serious attitude. Instead, he will be interested to see if his juniors are having a good time. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 17 The Third Generation and Uchiha Kagami who met Chidori for the first time. Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Ad. Ignore the mutual banter between the teacher and the uncle. Orochimaru took out a scroll, handed it to Zooming, and said, you told me the development idea of the technique. You have a share in this technique. After you learn it, you can decide whether to show it to Uncle Mirror Master. Well, Zooming couldn't help but laugh and took the scroll. You're lazy, aren't you? Just wait for me here, you can demonstrate clearly. Orochimaru shrugged and said nothing, just a smile on his face. I want to see what your development results are like. Zooming opened the scroll and read it with a deliberately tigerish face. In fact, he already knew the entire content of the Chidori technique. However, in front of Orochimaru, I still pretended to watch it for the first time and started reading it seriously from the beginning. On the reels, Orochimaru rates this lightning style as A-level. The name has not been decided yet. There is only one complete cultivation content in it, from nature transformation to morphological changes, from learning conditions to process precautions, everything is written in detail. At the end of the article, the complete ninja seal of this lightning style ninjutsu is recorded. 127 seals. This is a very exaggerated amount. But mainly for safety reasons, the number of ninja seals was deliberately increased. After all, not everyone can live in the Senju clan and receive medical assistance 24 hours a day. The 27 seals can well ensure the safety of beginners. It's like learning to pulley. Beginners need to wear protective gear to prevent falls because they are not familiar with it. Once they are familiar with it, they can take off the protective gear and no longer use it. Zooming looked at the 27 seals and did not object. Instead, he nodded secretly. This is a prudent move. The same goes for this technique. Once you get started, you can remove the safety measures. Advertisement, Ad A 27 seals can be reduced to about 12 seals. Apostrophe. And once you become more familiar with the pulley, you can even play on one foot, or stop and run quickly, and play on rugged terrain. Apostrophe. Replaced with this technique, it can be reduced to the 3 seals of the original Kakashi. Apostrophe. Zooming thought while watching. In the original work, Kakashi's Chidori is very exaggerative and only requires 3 seals to complete. This is something outrageous for an A-level ninjutsu. Zooming was looking at the scroll, at a table nearby. Third Hokage and Uchiha Kagami were sipping sake and talking with smiles. Hiruzen, how long do you think it will take Zooming to learn this technique? Long time. So confident? I have always had great confidence in my disciples, Third Hokage said, patting his chest. Uchiha Kagami was a little surprised when she noticed Third Hokage's seriousness. After the development of this technique was completed, he wanted Orochimaru to demonstrate it, but Orochimaru said that Zooming would be able to learn this technique quickly, so he simply asked Zooming, the person who proposed the theory, to demonstrate it. And Orochimaru believes that Zooming can learn it in one go. This statement shocked Uchiha Kagami. Even if Zooming was the one who proposed the idea, there was no way he couldn't learn it right away. Could it be that this technique is actually a normal lightning style? But if it was just an ordinary level lightning style, there would be no need to consult him about nature transformation, let alone stay with the Senju clan day and night for treatment. Orochimaru also denied the common belief that this is an A-level ninjutsu. In other words, Zooming can master an A-level ninjutsu in a short time? Apostrophe. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but have such thoughts in her mind. Ever since, there's a dinner party tonight. Finish watching. Advertisement. A few minutes later, Zooming put down the scroll, nodded and smiled at Orochimaru. It's a very powerful technique. It can put an idea into practice and turn it into a concrete technique. I was shocked by Orochimaru's talent in this area. No need to talk about the scene. It's time for your demonstration. Orochimaru shook his head calmly. The false compliments did not make him happy. The process of developing the Chidori technique opened the door to a new world for him, and his thinking was different from before. Orochimaru now feels that there is something so great about the development technique. What's amazing is the idea of AA creating a technique. Ideas are the most important thing. Alright. Zooming looked at the other 2 people and received expectant looks from the teacher and his uncle. He was not afraid of the stage and immediately started to form seals. Ugly. Ma-a state. As soon as the 3 ninja seals were released, a piece of lightning appeared and jumped in the palm of Zooming's right hand. Squeak! Exclamation mark. These electric lights are extremely violent, like dancing snakes and pythons, emitting sharp and harsh high-frequency noises. In an instant, the entire courtyard was illuminated by lightning. The sharp chirping sounds were like thousands of birds gathering here, all chirping together. This level of chakra. The third Hokage saw this technique for the first time and his mouth opened wide in surprise. What a profound nature transformation. The chakra is almost indistinguishable from the thunder and lightning in the sky. Uchiha Kagami's eyes widened even more, and he said with a face full of astonishment, "And there are only 3 seals?" Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. He knew that it would not be difficult for Zooming to learn this technique at all. Being able to develop a technique like Rasengan is enough to show Zooming's attainments in ninjutsu. Advertisement. Ad. That's right, the current Orochimaru stubbornly believes that the Rasengan technique was developed by Zooming and has nothing to do with him. He is just a craftsman who works step by step with the design drawings. Everyone, watch carefully. Zooming held a ball of violent lightning in his hand, and countless electric currents spread out, making him full of power. Sizzle! A trace of electricity was released from the lightning and jumped in Zooming's body. Instantly, lightning style stimulates cell activity. Zooming felt that his body had entered a state of high excitement, and there was endless energy all over his body. Whoosh! He took one step forward and his figure disappeared into thin air. So fast! This is faster than the body flicker technique. Third Hokage and Uchiha Kagami looked shocked. Zooming's figure unexpectedly disappeared from their field of vision. The speed at that moment was so fast that even the 2 of them could not react. Only Orochimaru, who understood the jutsu, watched calmly. Almost at the same time, Zooming appeared 30 meters away, the hand holding the thunderlight thrust out like a spear. PFFT. A rockery placed in the yard is penetrated like tofu. Zooming's arms sank into his shoulders, and his palms appeared behind the rockery. Crackle. The electric current of the lightning jumped, and part of it fell into the pool under the rockery. The ornamental fish suddenly turned up their white bellies and floated on the water, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. Velu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapters VI Transaction Conditions Brev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Ad. Boom. From behind, there was the sound of something hitting the ground. What's wrong? Zooming finished the demonstration, cancelled Chidori and looked back. Uchiha Kagami stood up, surrounded by overturned food dishes, but he didn't notice it. Instead, he raised one hand and pointed at Zooming with a face full of astonishment, as if thinking of something terrible. Uncle, what's the matter with you? Orochimaru was taken aback, and said puzzledly, this technique actually has flaws. When the lightning style stimulates cell activity to enter a super high-speed assault state, the human eye cannot see things clearly because of the high speed, and it is easy to miss. I know, Uchiha Kagami interrupted Orochimaru with a raised hand. With a solemn expression, he took a deep breath, and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, this shortcoming is a shortcoming for others, but it is a huge advantage for my Uchiha clan. Advantage? Orochimaru chewed the word, his eyes lit up slightly. He immediately understood what Uchiha Kagami meant. Sharingan, the blood successor of the Uchiha family, naturally possesses super dynamic vision. At super high speed, other people can't see things clearly, but Uchiha's Sharingan can see clearly. Sharingan can see clearly, but others cannot see clearly, which means that the enemy has become blind. This is an exaggerated advantage in battle. Zooming. Uchiha Kagami swallowed his saliva, and spoke nervously to Zooming, etc. Third Hokage stretched out his hand from the side and pressed Uchiha Kagami's arm, with a smug smile on his face, before talking to my disciple, talk to me, the teacher. Advertisement. Ad. While speaking, Uchiha Kagami could not refuse, and force the person to walk out of the outer yard. Uchiha Kagami had a tragic face, and was dragged away as if dying. The two left. Only Zooming and Orochimaru are left in the yard. Zooming understood that Third Hokage was fighting for his interests. He returned to the table with a smile, sat down and took a piece of sashimi. He is not in a hurry. Third Hokage will certainly not let him suffer. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami is his uncle, and the relationship between the two parties is close, so there will be no calculations. With the support of both parties, Zooming can already see a golden mountain approaching him. Zooming, I don't quite understand. Orochimaru showed confusion, and asked in thought, Uncle Jing must have taken a fancy to this lightning style, but why did the teacher drag him outside to talk? And he also looks uncomfortable, like he will be slaughtered dozens of knives? Because what Uncle Jing wants is not just for him to get this technique alone. Zooming explained. What's the meaning? 10-year-old Orochimaru looked dazed, not knowing the unspoken rules among ninjas. Ninjutsu can only be traded to the person himself. Uchiha Kagami can trade Chidori from him and Orochimaru, but he can only use it himself and cannot teach it to others. If you want to pass it on to future generations or your own disciples, you need to pass the assessment of the original owner. Like hereafter, the Rasengan was taught by the 4th Hokage to his teacher Jiraiya, and Jiraiya did not teach the Rasengan to anyone else, but taught it back to the 4th Hokage's son, Uzumaki Naruto. But Uchiha Kagami obviously doesn't want to trade Chidori himself. He also wants to trade this technique to the Uchiha clan. Third Hokage saw what he was thinking, so he dragged him outside to negotiate terms. Advertisement. Because this technique, in a sense, is a perfect match for the Uchiha clan. Zooming explained to Orochimaru, just imagine the scene. Hearing this, a picture appeared in Orochimaru's mind. The Uchiha ninjas who had awakened the Sharingan held a group of thundering lightning in their hands, and their figures disappeared without a trace in an instant, like lightning from the sky. They killed opponents in seconds at a super speed that made it too late for people to react. Orochimaru was shocked immediately. You're right, This technique is perfect for Akaya. He swallowed his saliva and said with lingering fear, A broken bar, Hiruzen, help me, Hiruzen. I have never begged you for one thing since I was a child, but this time I beg you. This technique is too important to the Akaya clan. Outside the yard, under the ornamental tree in the first lesson, Akaya Kagami saw that there was no one around. So he knelt down directly to third Hokage. His face is gone. If you can get the lightning style developed by zooming and Orochimaru, you can kneel 10,000 times. You also understand the significance of this technique to Akaya, right? Akaya Kagami clutched third Hokage's pants, weeping, pleading, Oh Hiruzen, I even see the hope of Akaya's revival. Okay, you get up first. Third Hokage clutched his pants to prevent them from being ripped off, with a headache and helplessness on his face. You promise first. I promised. Can't I promise? Real? Of course that is true. Advertisement. Akaya Kagami let go of third Hokage's pants and stood up excitedly. Third Hokage waved his hand to tell him not to be happy. Mirror, I personally have no objection to your idea, but the condition is, Akaya will support those two children. At least the people on your side must support them. Third Hokage's expression became serious, and he said seriously, if you choose one of the two, then you must support Xuming. This, Hiruzen, did you make a decision so quickly? Akaya Kagami looked at third Hokage in disbelief. Has Xuming been chosen as the successor so early? It's just a rainy day. Third Hokage shook his head. Okay, I promise. Akaya Kagami gritted his teeth and agreed. This decision will tie the Akaya faction he represents to the chariot of third Hokage disciples. But it's okay, sooner or later you have to make a choice. Xuming and Orochimaru are good choices, Akaya Kagami murmured to himself. Then my side has passed, but you still need to think about the bargaining chip. Third Hokage patted Akaya Kagami's arm with a smile, and said, think about what you can use to impress Xuming and Orochimaru, and this kind of thing will not arouse the fear of others. Akaya Kagami's face turned bitter. Lost in thought, he paced back and forth under the tree. Wow! Suddenly, he heard the sound of a child crying in the distance. Somehow, a bold and surprising thought came to my mind. Akaya Kagami stopped abruptly, looked at third Hokage excitedly with bright eyes and said, Hiruzen, I figured it out. Vilu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 19 Marriage Brev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Ad in the yard. Xuming and Orochimaru didn't wait long when they saw third Hokage and Akaya Kagami coming back talking and laughing. What made Xuming a little confused was that the smiles of these two people were a little strange. It seems a bit obscene. Xuming rubbed his eyes and muttered, did I see it wrong? Haha, a broken bar. Before he could look any further, third Hokage and Akaya Kagami had come back and sat down. Regardless of the food that fell on the ground, kick it away with your feet. The two sit on one left and one on the right, with Xuming in between. Apprentice, nephew. The two spoke in silence. Don't do this. Xuming had goosebumps all over his body, and he quickly raised his hands in surrender. You two, please speak properly. Ahem. That's it. I hope to trade this lightning-style ninjutsu from you. Akaya Kagami coughed a few times and his expression straightened. I have no objection. Xuming has the final say. Orochimaru immediately said that he would not participate. The idea for this technique was provided by Xuming. With the idea, anyone can figure it out slowly. Therefore, Orochimaru felt that this technique was equivalent to that given to him by Kyomin Shiro. Same thing with the previous Rasengan. He owes Xuming a lot. How can he take advantage of this lightning-style ninjutsu? What do you think of Xuming? Akaya Kagami nodded and looked at Xuming. I also agree. What are your conditions, Uncle Mirror Master? Xuming has nothing to hesitate. The Chidori technique itself is suitable for the Akaya clan. It is not too rare and can be traded. As for the deal, I hope to keep this technique in the Akaya clan. Akaya Kagami's face straightened, and she bowed solemnly to Xuming. Orochimaru looked surprised. Advertisement. Ad. The uncle is so solemn that he salutes. Don't refuse first, Listen to my conditions first, Uchiha Kagami said very fast. Zuming didn't intend to refuse. Hearing what Uchiha Kagami said, he simply nodded and listened quietly. With his teacher, third Hokage, in charge, Uchiha Kagami's conditions should be extremely favorable to him. One of the unspoken rules of ninjas is that trading of techniques can only be done to individuals. If you want to leave it to future generations or disciples, you need the consent of the original owner. Uchiha Kagami said slowly, I wasn't going to break the rules, so I came up with an idea. Zuming, what do you think of marriage? There was a sudden silence in the yard. When the word marriage was said, Zuming was completely confused. Orochimaru next to him also showed a bewildered expression. Zuming, I think it's a good idea, third Hokage said quietly at this time. Zuming looked at his teacher in disbelief. You also come to this set? I'm only 10 years old. Are you considering getting married and having children at the age of 10? Zuming, if you marry me, Uchiha, the child you give birth to will have Uchiha's blood. Uchiha Kagami looked at Zuming with a sincere expression. I hope you can leave this technique in the hands of the children you have with Uchiha, at least in the hands of people with Uchiha's bloodline. Wait, I'm a little confused. Zuming covered his head with his hands and quickly stopped. Uchiha Kagami stopped talking immediately, giving Zuming time to digest. Marriage? I will marry a girl from the Uchiha clan, and then give birth to a child with Uchiha blood, and then leave the Chidori technique in the hands of the Uchiha clan of my clan. Advertisement. This is also equivalent to the Uchiha clan getting Chidori. Zuming tidied up, and finally sorted out his thoughts. But what he felt was absurd. Subtle absurdity. But looking up at third Hokage and Uchiha Kagami, there was no difference in their faces. Even a familiar expression. Even Orochimaru regained his composure after a brief surprise. That's right, marriages in the Hokage world are not uncommon. For the benefit of the family and to inherit a powerful blood successor, marriages and marriages between big families are very frequent. It's just that I'm a time traveler, so I didn't realize it for a while. Zuming let out a long breath in his heart to calm down. This cannot blame him. In the previous life of the Earth, the version has been updated to the stage where men and women are opposed, and young people don't even get married anymore. Zuming, you don't need to make a decision now, you can think about it slowly in the future. Seeing Zuming's silence, third Hokage thought he was unwilling, so he said, Zuming, I am not forcing you to accept it. Shishu, if you don't like it, it's okay to refuse. Although I really hope that this technique will stay in Uchiha, it doesn't necessarily have to be married to you. Uchiha Kagami also said, also it could be that one of your disciples is from Uchiha, or your child is married to Uchiha. Orochimaru also reached out his hand and patted Zuming's shoulder to express his comfort. Thank you for your comfort. Zuming took a deep breath and said with a calm smile, but I have already made up my mind. This condition is acceptable. Hear this sentence. Uchiha Kagami was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Zuming, are you serious? Of course it's true. Zuming nodded seriously. He doesn't think such a deal is feasible. As a time traveler, Zuming is not thinking like a 10-year-old child. He understands that marriage is a deep alliance. Once accepted, it means that the Uchiha clan will support him. Advertisement. In this era, the relationship between Senju and Uchiha is not rigid, but a strong alliance. He is third Hokage's disciple on the one hand and Uchiha's son-in-law on the other. It can be said that 2/3 of Konoha are standing behind him. Very good. Uchiha Kagami held Zuming's hands tightly, tears came out of excited eyes. Thank you Zuming. With this technique, I may see the revival of Uchiha in my lifetime. I didn't suffer, did I? Zuming responded with a smile. Then, under the auspices of third Hokage, they discussed the conditions for trading this technique to the Uchiha family. A large amount of cash, houses, properties, ninjutsu scrolls, Uchiha's manpower, the privileges of the guard, etc., as well as various resource commitments, all rushed to Zuming. Third Hokage opened his mouth like a lion, demanding many conditions for Zuming. After hearing the back, Zuming felt that it was a little too much. But the result is good. Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth and agreed to all the conditions, with a face as if he had emptied his entire family. By the way, I haven't asked the name of this technique yet. After talking about the conditions, Akaya Kagami asked. When the technique is released, the chirping sound is as if thousands of birds are gathered together, so it's called. How about 1,000 birds? Zuming pretended to think, and said the answer he had prepared for a long time. The three present all nodded, thinking that it was a very appropriate name. I almost forgot to, Uncle Jing, who is the girl who married me? Zuming suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked himself who his future wife was. Oh, that's a kid named Mikoto. He's 3 years old, and he's talented. Akaya Kagami said, glanced at Zuming, and said some unspoken rules with a smile, but you don't have to worry about the age, as long as there are children between you. It doesn't even matter if there are other women outside, as long as one of them keeps Akaya a child of blood will do. Etc. Mikoto? Hearing this name, Zuming's expression was dull. Vilu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 23-year-old Mikoto Prev Chapter Next chapter advertisement. Ad. Isn't Mikoto Fugaku's wife? And now she's my wife? What about Sasuke? 3 questions popped up in Zuming's mind, causing great waves in his heart. Am I not... The void is green Fugaku, apostrophe. Wait a minute. I feel so good for no reason. Zuming couldn't help scratching his head because of his bad taste. After dinner later, I will take you to meet the child, Akaya Kagami said with a smile. Although she is still young, her upbringing and character can already be seen. She will definitely be a beautiful and virtuous wife when she grows up. Good. Zuming felt there was no reason to refuse, so he nodded in agreement. As for the bad taste in my heart, it's just a thought. At this point in time, nothing has happened yet. Fugaku has nothing to do with Mikoto, and they may not even know each other. Okay, let's move to another place and continue eating. Seeing that Zuming was happy to meet, Akaya Kagami smiled even more. He immediately took Zuming's arm and pulled Zuming out with a friendly look on his face. Although marriage only needs to focus on interests, and even as long as a child is born, it doesn't matter whether Zuming likes the other person or not. But if you can like it and develop feelings for it, then of course it would be better. After all, it is difficult to endure a marriage that lasts so long and is like a stranger. Ha ha, let's go too. Behind him, the third Hokage stood up with a smile and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Advertisement. Ad as teacher. Orochimaru also left the stool and walked outside. The 2 masters and apprentices followed and left the courtyard. A broken bar. After finishing the newly prepared dinner, it was already 9 o'clock. Akaya Kagami and 3rd Hokage were drunk and bragging about all kinds of awesome things, and they could no longer care about Zuming and Orochimaru. Because of his young age, Zuming was denied the right to drink by 2 adults. He had no choice but to eat soup and vegetables. After filling his stomach, he left to meet his fiancée Tilda copyrightee, who was now only 3 years old. Orochimaru was not interested in such a thing and left first. Fortunately, Akaya Kagami had given her instructions before she got drunk. When Zuming walked out of the house, someone was waiting to guide him. It's here. The man brought him there, bowed and left. Zuming nodded, walked forward slowly, and walked to an open pavilion. A 3-year-old girl was sitting on a bench, dozing off against the pillars of the pavilion. Her little head drooped to the ground, as if she was about to fall down in the next second. Well, as if aware of the movement, the little girl opened her eyes drowsily. A pair of clear black and white eyes looked at Zuming brightly, and his cute little face immediately wrinkled, staring at Zuming dissatisfied. So slow, the little girl complained. I wonder if children need to go to bed early. I have been waiting for you for more than an hour and I almost fell asleep. Did Uncle Master Jing inform people of his arrival so early? Advertisement. Ad Zuming was stunned for a moment, with an apologetic expression on his face, and sat down not far from the little girl. Sorry, I'm late. Master Jing's uncle's mistakes must of course be borne by his nephew. Yeah, well, I forgive you this time. The little girl nodded, forgave Zuming easily, and said, but it won't be so easy next time. There won't be a next time. Zuming nodded. He looked at the little girl carefully. Sitting upright, with soft facial features and a cute face. At such a young age, it can already be seen that she is a beautiful woman. What's even more interesting is the little girl's expression. She is imitating the actions of adults and pretending to be old-fashioned, which really makes people laugh. My mother said you will be the closest person to me in the future, so she asked me to come and meet you. The little girl was also looking at Zooming, nodding while looking. Although I don't know what it means, I am also happy to meet new friends, but if you want to become my closest friend, big brother, you have to work hard. There are many people who like me, the little girl said, raising her little face slightly. Zooming laughed dumbly. Obviously, Mikoto didn't mention the marriage, and probably used a rather vague term. When it fell into Mikoto's ears, it was understood that he was here to meet new friends. Little Mikoto is so cute, of course many people like him. Zooming didn't plan to say anything about marriage now. He followed her words with a smile and said, I'll try my best to make little Mikoto like me too. HMPH, big brother, you have to please me. Little Mikoto proudly put his hands on his hips. That's it. Then how should I please you? Zooming asked with a smile. That's a lot. Advertisement. Little Mikoto's expression suddenly brightened. He jumped off the bench, grabbed Zooming's clothes, and said excitedly, for example, take me out to play, eat delicious food, and buy me beautiful toys, and play games with me. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Zooming was amused. It is indeed a child's idea. Why are you laughing? Little Mikoto wrinkled his nose and grimaced with dissatisfaction. I told you the method, and you're still not happy? Don't you want me to like you? Of course I meant it, but I was a little surprised. The way I prepared to please you was exactly the same as what you told me. Zooming casually made up a lie. Yeah? The little girl was fooled all of a sudden, and her expression became happy again. That's great. We thought the same thing, as Mom said, we will become the closest people. That's right. Zooming suppressed a smile and nodded seriously. This child is too cute. Then, the two chatted casually for a while. Basically, the little girl is asking Zooming about the fun and delicious places in Konoha village. She is still young and cannot play outside the clan at will. She can only wait enviously for her brothers and sisters in the clan to come back from playing and occasionally give them to her the gift she brought. After chatting for half an hour, little Mikoto felt sleepy and ended the conversation consciously. Before leaving, he also gave Zooming a packet of spices. This is the insect repellent incense my mother taught me to make. It's very effective. The little girl puffed up her chest quite proudly and said with a smile, now I'm giving you one, you have to cherish it, and remember to take me to eat delicious food. I've wanted to eat Naru's venison for a long time. Don't worry, I will definitely take you there, Zooming said, rubbing her little head. Afterwards, the two of them went home separately. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 21 Yang Escape Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. After the Uchiha clan met Mikoto that day, Zooming didn't go to Uchiha much. On the contrary, it was the little girl Mikoto who would deliberately play with Zooming when she went shopping with the adults. In the words of the little girl, Zooming was her first friend outside the clan. So be extra rare. Uchiha's elders also simply threw Mikoto to Zooming, and let them go directly. After they finished their work or went shopping for leisure, they went to Zooming's house to pick up Mikoto. Have I become a nursery? Zooming felt depressed for a while. What place? Mikoto on the side was playing with a puzzle, and raised his face in a daze when he heard this. I didn't talk about you, let's play with you. Zooming waved his hand. Oh, Mikoto responded obediently, lowered his head and continued to think about where to put the puzzle in his hand. Seeing her focused look, Zooming sighed helplessly. What can I do? Just treat it as having an extra sister. Mikoto, who is only 3 years old, really makes him unable to think about other things. But this soft little face feels really good. Zooming stretched out his hand and pinched it with a smile, then turned and went upstairs. He also had his own book to read. Remember to call me when you eat. Mikoto didn't move, even if his face was pinched. He didn't move his eyes. It was only when Zooming went upstairs that he yelled, I know, I have already ordered roast squab at Akamuki's shop, and I will take you there to eat. Zooming went up to the second floor while talking. Advertisement. Ad. In just 1 week, the relationship between the two of them became as harmonious as two brothers and sisters. Zooming, a traveler, is far ahead of the Hokage world in the field of eating snakes, frogs, pigeons, eels, crayfish, cicada chrysalis, pigs in the water, etc. Opened the eyes of the little Mikoto who followed him to forage, and called Zooming a gourmet fairy. Then behind Zooming, there was a little follower, a broken bar. Enter the room. Zooming sat in front of the table and rubbed his face. He flipped through one of his notebooks, seeing all kinds of miscellaneous and ninjutsu content recorded on it. His expression became thoughtful. Rasengan, Chidori. The most brilliant technique of the two original works has been learned by Orochimaru, and I have also received a lot of feedback, and my strength has improved a lot. Apostrophe. This shows that my pull the seedlings to grow plan is effective. Apostrophe. Zooming pondered, tapping his fingers lightly on the notebook. The question now is, what should Orochimaru learn next time when we pick seedlings and encourage growth? He has seen Hokage and knows many techniques, but not all powerful ninjutsu are suitable for Orochimaru. At least for Orochimaru, who is only 10 years old now, high-end operations such as cell transplantation, gene cloning, and soul transfer are absolutely impossible. So, we still have to return to the art itself. Apostrophe. But it can only be an ordinary ninjutsu, not the blood succession limit, because I don't understand the blood succession limit. Apostrophe. Thinking of this, Zooming couldn't help scratching his head. If he knows how to practice Dust Dungeon and Magnet style, he can teach Orochimaru. It's a pity that in the original work, only these two blood succession boundaries are revealed. One is developed by second Tsuchikage, and the other is developed by third Kazekage from one tail. The detailed content is gone. Advertisement. So, let's go with this. Apostrophe. Zooming picked up the pen and drew a circle on the note. The content in the circle is a word. A yang done. A broken bar. A broken bar. After lunch, Zooming ignored the little girl's eager eyes, threw the little follower back to the Uchiha clan, and gave her a personal experience on chakra cultivation by the way. Although useless, there are a lot of similar books Uchiha, but Zooming's intentions effectively increased Mikoto's burden. Seeing the little girl being dragged to study by the elders with a full face of reluctance, Zooming almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Sure enough, happiness is built on the pain of others. I'm a little tired of this little guy recently, let's play with her when she grows up a bit, Zooming said to himself. Leaving the Uchiha clan, he went to the Sarutobi clan, more precisely, the home of his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Recently, Orochimaru has been soaking in the library, sorting out ninja materials obtained from Uchiha and the Senju clan. The kid also didn't go to ninja school, and he wanted to write a serious book. Orochimaru, how's the progress? Zooming walked into the library, greeted the people inside and asked. The project volume is too large, and it feels like it will take years to complete. Orochimaru raised his head upon hearing the sound, rubbed his eyes, and said with a tired face, "Then why don't you outsource it?" Zooming asked. Advertisement. Ad outsourcing? Orochimaru looked puzzled, hearing the word for the first time. That's right, you entrust some boring and repetitive things to other people, and you only need to sort out the data at the end, Zooming explained. While this isn't the usual sense of outsourcing, it's okay to use it that way. Following Zooming's explanation, Orochimaru was stunned. A good while, as if waking up from a dream, he let out a long breath. Yeah, so it can be outsourced, Orochimaru murmured, showing Zooming an admiring expression. Zooming, your thinking is still flexible enough. Of course. Zooming smiled slightly, while secretly praying for the outsourced ninjas in Konoha village. Speaking of which, you probably didn't come to me just to talk about outsourcing. Orochimaru got up and walked aside, took a clean towel and soaked it in water, and wiped his face. In an instant, his eyes became serious. The mental outlook of the whole person is completely new, full of excitement. Is there a new ninjutsu idea? Orochimaru stared at Zooming and asked. Zooming nodded with a smile, and said, that's right, but this time it's not a ninjutsu, but a whole set of ninjutsu. A whole set of ninjutsu? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and then his gaze was like a torch, and a frightening light shone in his pupils. "Then I definitely can't miss it." While speaking, Orochimaru licked his lips, like a person who was suffering from thirst and finally saw the nectar, showing an expression of great desire. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 22 Medical Ninjutsu Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Ad. Yangdun is a type of esoteric ninjutsu. The common ninjutsu is wind, thunder, fire, earth, and water in 5 natures, while the yin and yang nature of escape belongs to the secret arts of the major ninja clans. Most of these ninjas trace their origins from Indra and Ashura. It's just that in the long inheritance, the bloodline has become diluted, and it no longer has the power to inherit the limit of the blood. Only a little talent remains, and finally exists in the present world in the form of unique secret techniques. It is Yangdun, one of the secrets, that Zuming intends to push seedlings and encourage Orochimaru. The power of Yangdun is mainly manifested in 2 ways. One is the power of the body, or the power of life. The other is the power to inject life into the body. The typical example of the former is the healing ninjutsu of the Senju and Uzumaki families. The latter is the shadow clone technique and the multiplication secret technique of the Akamaki family. Zuming stood in front of Orochimaru, talking eloquently. From the nature of Yangdun, he talked about the Senju clan, Uzumaki clan, and Akamaki clan, and from the 3 major ninja clans to specific people, and he took Orochimaru as an example. When you were practicing Chidori, you went to the Senju clan to heal your arm injury. The change of Yangdun of their family, after generations of exploration, has developed ninjutsu specially used for healing and strengthening the body. But when Zuming said this, the conversation suddenly changed. Until today, there has not been a special category of medical ninjutsu. Many people have overlooked the potential of Yang escape ninjutsu. It is not only a secret technique, it is more likely to form a huge type of ninjutsu system, like lightning style, water style, fire style, wind style, earth style. Yang escape can also be turned into a special type of escape technique. Zuming's words made Orochimaru's eyes sparkle. Orochimaru could imagine that scenario. If Yang escape secret art can become a special type of ninjutsu, just like the medical ninjutsu mentioned by Zuming, how many people can be rescued, and even a life can be saved? Advertisement. Ad ninja is a high-risk occupation, and being injured and bleeding is a daily routine like eating and drinking. But that doesn't mean ninjas are happy to accept injuries. It's just that I have no choice but to endure it. In such a large Konoha village, only the Senju clan masters healing ninjutsu, and other ninja clans only master sporadic techniques. However, if, as you said, the Yang escape secret technique has great potential, why hasn't anyone developed it? Orochimaru was puzzled and couldn't help asking. Because there is no time. Zuming sighed, and said in a deep voice, "Ninja is a life and death profession." Before the hidden village system was established, only 1 out of 100 ninjas could live to middle age. In this situation, everyone is desperately trying to increase their strength and learn killing moves. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. The pressure of survival is so great that it overflows. Whereas the leisure and redundancy to think about things like curing diseases and saving lives. Zuming's words made Orochimaru come to realize like a blow to the head. The light in his eyes grew brighter. So I think that sooner or later someone will come up with the concept of medical ninjutsu, but not now. Zuming shook his head and said, in the original work, it was Tsunade in his youth who proposed the formation of medical ninjas. But because it was a time of war, the village had no spare power. It was not until after the war that cultivation began. This move also earned Tsunade great popularity. Then shall we do it now? Orochimaru looked at Zuming, a little puzzled, but also a little excited. Yes, although someone will propose it sooner or later, but if we start doing it now, it will undoubtedly make the medical ninjutsu appear earlier, which may save many unfortunate lives, Zuming said seriously. Orochimaru took a deep breath, feeling a heavy feeling in his heart. He felt a sense of responsibility like never before, falling on him like a shackle. But Orochimaru didn't resist. Advertisement. Add this kind of shackles might not be a kind of protection and expectation. I understand. Leave it to me, Orochimaru said solemnly. A broken bar. That afternoon, Orochimaru walked into the Senju clan's land resolutely, and visited Uzumaki Mido, who lived in seclusion. Uzumaki Mido was surprised to hear Orochimaru's request to learn Yangdun. You are not from Senju and Uzumaki. It is very difficult to learn Yangdun, Uzumaki Mido kindly persuaded. Why don't you continue to study the ninjutsu you like? I heard from Hiruzen that the lightning style that was developed before is called Chidori, and it is also listed as a level ninjutsu. Mido-sama, I am also here to develop ninjutsu, Orochimaru said with a smile. Oh? Uzumaki Mido looked surprised. Mido-sama, Yang Escape secret heart can heal injuries. Why don't we develop and expand it, and develop a type of medical ninjutsu specially to help the injured? Orochimaru asked. Medical ninjutsu? Uzumaki Mido's eyes lit up when he heard this word. In an instant she understood the meaning of the word and what it represented. So that's the case. Why didn't I think of it? Uzumaki Mido let out a sigh, but he quickly pulled himself together and clenched his palms excitedly. She looked at Orochimaru with relief on her face. Hashirama, in the village you created, a child was born with the same kindness in your heart. You can rest in peace. Orochimaru, I will teach you seriously. Uzumaki Mido straightened his face, and said in a deep voice, and bring me the child named Zuming who proposed this idea, and I will teach you two together. A broken bar. Advertisement. Ada. Zuming slept soundly at home. When he suddenly noticed movement, he woke up with a start. He looks at the window. A figure stood by the window, with chakra attached to the soles of his feet, stepping on the outer wall of his house at a 90-degree angle. Zuming, Master Mido is very interested in the medical ninjutsu you mentioned, and asked you to learn Yangdun with me. This person is none other than Orochimaru. What the hell? Zuming's face was shocked, and his sleepiness was gone. I came up with the concept of medical ninjutsu in advance to urge you to roll up, not to let me roll up myself. Number. Zuming refused in an unquestionable tone. I'm just a shadow clone, just here to send a message. Orochimaru shrugged, saying that he couldn't make the decision. Shadow clone? Zuming narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. You opened the window, huh? Orochimaru shadow clone didn't know why, but opened the window anyway. Call out. Zuming suddenly raised his hand, and a blue light blade burst out from his fingertips, like a sharp sword drawn out of its sheath, and pierced into Orochimaru's stomach outside the window. I said number. Boom. The Orochimaru shadow clone was stunned, and before he could speak, it turned into a cloud of white mist and dispersed. Felu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 23 Ultimate Yang Escape. The Source of Life, Rejuvenation. Brev Chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. The Other Side. Senju Clanland. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. He touched his belly, and the corners of his eyes twitched. What's wrong? Uzumaki Mido asked, puzzled seeing his reaction. Zuming refused. Orochimaru shook his head and replied. He didn't say anything about Zuming killing his shadow clone. Reject? Uzumaki Mido frowned and said nothing, but took out her practice notes and handed them to Orochimaru. If he doesn't come, I'll teach you first. Yes. Orochimaru took the note respectfully. Teaching begins. A broken bar. 3 days later, Zuming was attending class in the ninja school, and suddenly saw the feedback information from the system. A tilde. You have perfectly mastered Yangdun nature transformation. A tilde. A simple piece of feedback. Other than that, there is nothing else. Finally come a broken bar. Zuming whispered to himself. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the difficulty of Yangdun is much higher than other escape techniques, and it took 3 days to get feedback. It is indeed a secret escape technique. Advertisement. Ad. My side is perfect, and Orochimaru's side should be just getting started. But once you get started, with Yangdun's own strength, you can try medical ninjutsu. Talking to himself, Zooming showed a thoughtful expression. Wait until get out of class is over. He simply skipped class and slipped out of the ninja school over the wall, go all the way to the big forest behind the Hokage rock. Zooming didn't go too deep. He found a bend in a small river and stopped. No one left or right. He stretched out a hand, and the fingertips glowed with a bright blue light. Chakra is released and undergoes nature transformation, transforming into Yang Dun. Next second, this group of blue chakra light has turned into a lustrous green, like a fine jade, like a newborn leaf. Just looking at this ray of light, I felt a faint sense of vitality. Yang Dun. Zooming stared at this ray of light. A trace of doubt suddenly flashed on his face. Why does it feel that my Yang Dun is a little different? He thought for a while, then pulled out a handful of kunai with his other hand, and threw it into the river. Suddenly, crash! A ball of water splashed, and at the same time, dark red blood flowed out. Then, a fish with its tail pierced tremblingly floated to the surface. Zooming attached his feet to chakra, stepped on the river water, walked over steadily to pick up the fish, then pulled out kunai and threw it on the bank. Look at the effect. Zooming pressed it up with his fingers, and the moist green light on his fingertips touched the fish's wound. Moment. The green light went out, as if it had been swallowed. Advertisement. Ad. However, the wound of this fish healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, the blood flow stopped, the muscles grew, and an obvious scab formed soon. This? Zooming looked at this healing effect, his face full of disbelief. This is not medical ninjutsu. The essence of medical ninjutsu is that chakra, which has the nature of yang escape, stimulates cell activity, speeds up the division of the injured area, and heals the wound at the cost of overdrawing lifespan. The whole process needs to maintain Yang Dun all the time and keep stimulating the cells. In the original work, the appearance of the medical ninja covering the wound with green light in both hands is using Yang Dun to stimulate the cells to divide. But the problem is that the chakra that just blew up was not stimulating, nor did it hold on. His chakra was absorbed all at once. The cells of this fish do not consume their own nutrients, but use my chakra as the source of life, and are rapidly dividing. Can chakra be comparable to life energy with 10 times the Yang Dun level of feedback? Zooming suddenly thought of a person. Senju Hashirama. The famous wood-style ninja uses his own chakra as the source of life to create fast-growing and vibrant trees. But others can't do that. Because yang escape is too difficult, even members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans can only use yang escape to stimulate cell activity, but cannot refine the nature of yang escape to the height of replacing vitality. If the Yang Dun nature transformation level is high enough, it can be used as a substitute for vitality. This, Senju Hashirama, is an example. That is to say, the Yang Dun nature transformation with 10 times the feedback. Can my chakra also be used as the source of life? Zooming gasped, and couldn't help being amazed. But what's the use? Wood style is a kind of blood inheritance boundary, but it is actually the power inherited by the reincarnation of Ashura chakra from the sacred tree. It's an accidental phenomenon. I don't have the conditions to master wood style. Zooming lowered his head to think, and suddenly his gaze swept over the alive and kicking fish on the ground after he healed it. Slap, slap. Advertisement. Ad. This fish kept jumping. Each time it was more than 1 meter high, and it was so energetic that it didn't look like a dehydrated fish waiting to die. Could it be that a broken bar? In Zooming's mind, an astonishing idea suddenly flashed like lightning. He kicked the fish back into the river and turned away. After a while, the animals in the forest began to flee in panic. Only Zooming was missing. Until the evening, the sun slanted westward. Zooming's figure appeared in a cave of wild beasts, and various animals were tied up on the surrounding ground. There are old monkeys, mature leopards, undernourished young birds, and unsuccessfully hatched snake eggs. But at this time, these animals showed amazing activity. The old monkey, whose beard and hair were all white, looked at Zooming in horror, with a lively expression and quick hands and feet, trying to break free from the vines that bound it by vigorously puffing its plump muscles. No one would have guessed. An hour ago, the monkey was skinny, with cloudy eyes and drowsy eyes. The same was true for the baby bird, which was supposed to be weak, but now its eyes were bright and its voice was as loud as that of an adult bird. The snake eggs came back to life, continuing the hatching that had stopped. The leopard in his prime was healed of his hidden wounds, and his right leg regained its flexibility. Back, old, return, child. Zhu Ming looked at his hands in a daze, and paused every word. His yang escape nature, chakra, has an effect similar to rejuvenation. How can this be broken bar? A broken bar. My treatment does not consume the lifespan of the cells at all, but pays for the consumption of wound healing at the cost of my chakra. Even the extra chakra will make the treated animal young, strong, and energetic. First Hokage can't even do this kind of thing. Vilu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. 5%. Chapter 24. The core concept of medical ninjutsu is first aid proof. Chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. Zhu Ming was greatly shocked. The feedback of 10 times the nature of yang escape is so terrifying. Chakra can turn into life force, supplement the consumption of animals, and thus restore life and vitality. Isn't that a little too outrageous? Zhu Ming looked bewildered. Although it is said that the spiritual energy and physical energy are refined into chakra, and then the non-attributed chakra is refined into the nature of yang escape. The energy after 2 transformations is lossy. But his yang escape nature is really too terrifying. Even if there are 2 losses, it can still greatly replenish vitality. This means that Zhu Ming can extend his life by himself. That is to say, immortality! In an instant, this shocking word appeared in Zhu Ming's mind. He took a deep breath and calculated carefully. After more than 10 minutes, Zhu Ming got an answer that made him stunned and shocked. If you rely on Yang Dun to supplement your own vitality, even if there is a loss of transformation, there is still a slight probability that you can live forever, and even have excess vitality. But even if he can't live forever, his lifespan will be surprisingly long. There is a high probability that it can live longer than the immortals of the 3 Holy Lands. Why can't Sage of 6 Paths do what I can? Can't Hashira? Can't First Hokage? Zhu Ming fell into confusion. With the attainment and realm of Sage of 6 Paths, if you want to live, you can live forever. Advertisement. Rinnegan is the key to life and death. Ashura, who inherited the power of the sage body from Sage of 6 Paths, should also live a long time. First Hokage's Yang Dun level is not low, but it may not be as good as his tenfold feedback. After all, the wood style that suppresses the ninja world is the power of the sacred tree, not Yang Dun. A broken bar. Zhu Ming suddenly thought of something, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. My Yang Dun can only replenish vitality, that is, it can only maintain the vitality of the body, but it cannot enhance the strength of the soul. And the soul also has a lifespan. I see a broken bar. Zhu Ming looked down at the moist green light on his fingertips. His excitement calmed down a lot. Yang Dun can only prolong the life of the body, and the loss of the soul cannot be repaired. If you want to live forever or even live forever, you still need to change from Yin Dun, the unity of Yin and Yang, and then the myriad phenomena. Zhu Ming muttered the quotations of Sage of 6 Paths, and let out a long breath. A broken bar. Senju Clanland. On Orochimaru's hands, a layer of faint blue light emerged, floating like a cloud. It only lasted for more than 10 seconds before dissipating and disappearing. Broken bar. Orochimaru wiped his sweat, looking tired. Not bad. Uzumaki Mito next to him nodded and praised. You can do this to this extent, you are no different from ordinary Senju people, you can start to learn ninjutsu and healing. Thank you for your teaching. Orochimaru bowed to Uzumaki Mito. It's all your own effort. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand, paused, and asked again, do you have any ideas for the next step? For example, how to develop the medical ninjutsu that Zhu Ming's kit said. Advertisement. Hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head with a wry smile. Absolutely not. He has no idea. Medical ninjutsu and the offensive ninjutsu he learned in the past are completely two-way things. He has also seen the healing ninjutsu of the Senju family. It is completely used in a rough way, using a large amount of Yang Dun chakra to wash it away to speed up the healing of the wound. This simple and rough usage is not worthy of the name of medical ninjutsu. Then go ask that kid. Uzumaki Mito was not surprised and said with a smile, Since that kid can come up with a concept of medical ninjutsu, there must be a lot of things in his stomach. Go dig them all out, Orochimaru. That's exactly what I mean. Orochimaru laughed too. A broken bar, into the night. The moonlight is cruel. Xuming was sitting in the yard, with the incense from Mikoto hanging on the chair frame. The herbal smell was faint, permeating the air around him. It's time to come, Xuming whispered to himself. Every time Orochimaru made progress, he would come to him. In the morning, he saw the feedback from the system, indicating that Orochimaru had become a master of Yangdun and could practice healing ninjutsu. He would probably come to him at night. As expected. More than 10 minutes later, familiar footsteps came from outside the yard. Xuming. When Orochimaru saw the lights in the house, he was not polite, and went directly over the wall. Orochimaru, you are looking for me because of healing ninjutsu? Xuming sat in the yard, looking at him with a smile. Advertisement. Ad yes. Orochimaru felt a chill in his heart, and then smiled calmly. Once again, he felt that his progress was within Xuming's expectations. How perverted is this junior who is the same age as him? Orochimaru felt that Xuming was surrounded by a layer of mist. Whenever he took a step forward and felt that he could see a little more clearly, he was surprised that there was still fog behind the fog, and he still couldn't see the details of Xuming clearly. Orochimaru even felt a little hesitant. Could he never see clearly Xuming's true strength? What's the problem? Xuming asked. How can therapeutic ninjutsu become medical ninjutsu? Orochimaru regained his senses, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and asked seriously. It's very simple. The core of medical ninjutsu lies in 2 words. Xuming stretched out 2 fingers, shaking and said, help. Emergency? Orochimaru mulled over these 2 words thoughtfully. That's right. Because Yangdun is used in the healing field, essentially by stimulating the activity of the cells around the wound, accelerating division, and quickly recovering the wound at the cost of overdrawing the lifespan. Xuming slowly explained. Orochimaru nodded solemnly. This is the price of healing ninjutsu? Then why do we need to overdraw our lifespan to restore wounds? Xuming asked a question. Then ask and answer yourself. The reason is very simple. Because the injury is serious and life-threatening, and it cannot be cured immediately. For example, our vitals are injured, our aorta is ruptured, or our body is injured and bleeding in a large area, etc., all of which may kill the ninja immediately. So, in order to save your life, you can only overdraw your life. Xuming explained the core concept of medical ninjutsu without haste. First Aid. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 25. He has the mind of Hokage. Brev chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. After a while, as if he had just woken up from a dream, he came back to his senses and smiled at Xuming, nodded, and said, I finally know the difference between therapeutic ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. The concept of treatment is so broad that there are no specific rules. I have always felt that there is something close between the two, but I have always been separated by a layer of paper and can't figure out the answer. Now when I hear you talk about the core concept of emergency, I finally understand the difference. While speaking, Orochimaru looked at Xuming with admiration. I'm just talking casually. As long as it's useful to you. Xuming waved his hand modestly. Of course this is a scene. The concept of first aid is the core concept of medical ninjas in later generations. Xuming directly incarnated the supernatural powers of time, made the future into his own ideas, and told the young Orochimaru. It's just that, according to what you said, first aid is more targeted at fatal injuries, but there are many types of fatal injuries on the human body. Orochimaru frowned and asked a new question. Although the concept of first aid has been established, the human body is too fragile. Any kind of injury can kill someone. That's why animal experiments are needed. Xuming snapped his fingers and said casually, Animal experiment. A broken bar. This word silenced Orochimaru. Another new term that I have never heard of. But the word, upon hearing it, made Orochimaru understand the meaning. Advertisement. At the same time, I also understood the heaviness behind this meaning. Sometimes in order to protect the people we value, we must take up arms. Zooming sighed, patted Orochimaru's shoulder, and comforted, medical ninjutsu is destined to be born from countless bloody cases. These words made Orochimaru's expression calmer. And Orochimaru himself is not a weak person. The cruelty of the Hokage world has long buried an indifference in the hearts of every child. Not to mention, this is Orochimaru. I see. Orochimaru took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. By the way, animal experiments are destined to be a long and energy-consuming process. I think you can find a collaborator. Zooming paused, smiled and said a name. For example, Tsunade, a broken bar, Senju Clanland. It's dark. Tsunade was blocked by Orochimaru, and as soon as they met, he received an inexplicable invitation to develop ninjutsu. No, number. Tsunade shook his head without thinking, with an unmotivated expression on his face. I have no interest in the ninjutsu you and Zooming did. I don't like to study too much in arts that are too lethal. If it's physical arts, I'm still a little interested, Tsunade said as he turned around and walked back into the house. She knew what Zooming and Orochimaru were doing. These two people had developed two famous A-level ninjutsu, Rasengan and Chidori. Advertisement. Tsunade marveled at the talents of the two, but she didn't like the techniques they developed. She felt that there were enough powerful techniques in the world. Continuing development will only lead to more deaths. Tsunade was opposed to such a thing. I understand what you're thinking, Tsunade, but just hear me out. Orochimaru stepped forward and held the door Tsunade wanted to close. Oh? Tsunade raised his eyebrows and turned back with an unkind expression. If you can't convince me, then be prepared to eat my fist. It's medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru said concisely with cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't want to get punched by Tsunade. Medical ninjutsu? Tsunade's expression froze when he heard this. That's right, medical ninjutsu with the purpose of saving people. Orochimaru nodded seriously. Seeing that Tsunade's expression seemed a little moved, he quickly told the whole story. In particular, the emergency concept of medical ninjutsu was described in detail. Tsunade's eyes lit up when he heard this. This actually coincided with some vague idea in her heart! Orochimaru, add me. The unhappiness on Tsunade's face had long since disappeared, replaced by strong excitement. He grabbed Orochimaru's shoulders and said, I'm very interested in your medical ninjutsu. Then, Tsunade joined smoothly. A broken bar. Advertisement. Add a broken bar. The invitation to Tsunade to participate was also informed by Uzumaki Mito and Third Hokage. The two met in the Senju clan and expressed emotion. Hiruzen, you have gained an outstanding disciple. Uzumaki Mito sighed. I didn't expect him to have so many ideas. Third Hokage shook his head and laughed. The development of medical ninjutsu, even if it is only half successful, will bring huge reputation to the person in charge. If Zooming participates, the reputation he gains will be converted into the number of supporters. It will be so huge that even a Hokage like me will be frightened. But he actually cut off his hands to try and gave his reputation to Tsunade. When Third Hokage said this, his expression was complicated. Zooming now has two identities. One is his disciple, and the other is the son-in-law of the Uchiha clan. These two identities represent the support of Konoha's two powerful families, Uchiha and Senju. To exaggerate, it is equivalent to 2/3 of Konoha standing behind Zooming. This is indeed the case at this time when the first generation, the second generation, and the third generation have just taken over. If you continue to participate in the development of medical ninjutsu, once you produce some results, you will definitely gain the support of many civilian ninjas and minor ninjas. Because these people lack resources, the casualty rate is extremely high in frontline tasks. And with this support and Zooming's two identities, his reputation will reach a level of horror that cannot be expressed in the sky. The candidate process for the fourth Hokage might even start early. But he gave up. Uzumaki Mito's expression was gratified and full of kindness. No matter what he thought, his final behavior was to give up this reputation to Tsunade. This alone makes me, an old woman, feel he is a suitable heir. Yes. The third Hokage also nodded and said with a smile, although he is young, He is already a child with Hokage thinking. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 26. The tenfold feedback finally arrived. Brave chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. Just as Zooming expected, Orochimaru successfully invited Tsunade to participate in the project, and received support from the Senju clan and 3rd Hokage, giving the green light all the way. Because the hosts are two 10-year-old children, they lack prestige. Therefore, the project has not been made public for the time being, but news has spread among the inner circle. But no one dared to take the project lightly. One of them is Tsunade, a direct descendant of the Senju clan. Tsunade not only represents herself, but also represents the resources and power of the Senju clan. And the other, even more incredible, Orochimaru was a genius who developed to A-level ninjutsu. One of them is said to have shocked Akaya, causing Akai Kagami to pay a huge price that could directly bankrupt the small ninja clan in exchange for that jutsu. This shocked those in the know. They couldn't believe it, but they had to believe it. What's more, there is the most important third person behind this, False Cry. This child who suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision and made 3rd Hokage break his rules and accept him as a disciple often appears when it comes to developing techniques. Outsiders have long been guessing. Although they didn't know the specific situation, they knew that zooming was indispensable. A broken bar. A month passed quietly. Advertisement. Ad. Zooming was sitting in front of a cave in the back mountain. In front of him was an old ape with white beard and hair. The old ape's eyes were bright, and his figure shone with wisdom. It knelt and sat in front of Zooming, with a pious expression and respectful posture, as if it was treating a god in its heart. "Oh, are you here?" Zooming's heart moved, and he suddenly looked at the empty space in front of him. He didn't care about the old ape in front of him. After the old man benefited from him, he stayed by his side begging for nothing all day long, as diligent as a tailing dog, hoping to get benefits. Finally starting to give feedback, Zooming looked at the void in front of him. Lines of system text that only he could see emerged. Feedback for strength improvement. You have perfectly mastered the C-level medical ninjutsu and healing technique. This technique uses yang escape to have a broad overall impact on the injured, and achieves a therapeutic effect by accelerating the body's metabolism, suitable for the treatment of large area trauma or common trauma. You have perfectly mastered the C-level medical ninjutsu A middle. Hemostasis. This technique uses fine yang escape operation to make platelets gather quickly and fill the damaged blood vessels. Suitable for emergency treatment of bleeding wounds. You have perfectly mastered B-level medical ninjutsu A middle. Healing jutsu. This technique uses yang done to stimulate the cells in the wound, so that the cells enter a highly active state, thereby healing the wound in a short time. Applicable to the treatment of damaged vital organs. You have perfectly mastered the B-level medical ninjutsu A middle. Healing and regeneration technique. This surgery achieves the effect of rapid healing by transplanting cells from other parts, using yang done to maintain their activity, and then transplanting them to the injured area. Applicable to the situation where the wound has a lot of flesh and blood defects. You have perfectly mastered the A-level medical ninjutsu, fine patient extraction technique. This technique maintains the activity of important parts through the superb level of yang escape, so as to perform a short-term cutting operation. It is suitable for the treatment of vital organs, and could also be used for the treatment of toxin invasion. In an instant, a large amount of information jumped out. Like a waterfall, they are left in front of Zooming's eyes. At the same time, a large amount of knowledge emerged in Zooming's mind, which contained scenes after scenes of him practicing medical ninjutsu without sleep and food. As if in an instant, he experienced decades of hard study. Advertisement. Finally mastered a lot of medical ninjutsu perfectly. 1 month is not bad. After Zooming digested the feedback knowledge, he nodded in admiration. It only took 1 month to complete the animal experiment from scratch, given the simple conditions of the Hokage world. Sure enough, when people's enthusiasm comes up, the efficiency will be as high as a miracle. Zooming also heard about the medical ninjutsu project team. Because it is something that is closely related to every ninja, Everyone involved burst out with great enthusiasm. It is said that he only sleeps for 4 hours a day, and spends all other time in research and development. At this point, it should be done, Zuming muttered to himself, and casually shot a green light into the old ape's body before him, turned around and walked out of the forest. Now that the project development is successful, he can go back. No need to worry about someone coming to ask him to learn Yangdun or let him participate in research. I don't want to sleep only 4 hours a day, and the other 20 hours are rolling. I never tried so hard in the college entrance examination. Zuming shook his head and left. Rear. The old ape knelt on the ground in awe and kowtowed to him. A broken bar. A broken bar. But Zuming miscalculated. Advertisement. As soon as he got home, he was intercepted by Orochimaru and Tsunade. Aren't you guys busy with animal experiments? Zuming looked at the two of them, and immediately began to play dumb and became stunned. Why are you free to find me? Is the teacher going to hold a banquet to celebrate? Orochimaru and Tsunade remained motionless, just looking at Zuming with a blank expression. Among them, Tsunade's eyes are a bit complicated. As for Zuming, the real medical ninjutsu concept developer, while she was delighted that her ideas coincided with each other, she also became uneasy after hearing what Grandma Uzumaki Mito said. How can such a great favor be repaid when she surrenders such a great reputation? Even if you don't want anything in return, you don't have to hide in the back mountain all day long and wait until the animal experiments are done before showing up. Tsunade murmured in a low voice. How she wants to chat with a like-minded person. Although Orochimaru participated in medical ninjutsu, this guy is interested in all kinds of jutsu, and he just does it easily. On the contrary, Zuming, who put forward the concept of emergency rescue, is more in line with the image of a fellow in Tsunade's heart. Although Zuming sensed the unusualness in Tsunade's gaze, when he turned to look, Tsunade lowered his head. Do not give a chance to look at each other. What are you looking for from me? Zuming had no choice but to look away, and asked leisurely. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, with a difficult expression on his face, and said, it's actually like this. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 27 Human Experiments Brev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Orochimaru began to speak. But he didn't say the reason for his visit, he just talked about the process of animal experiments, and told Zuming that the project was successful and that they had developed 3 targeted emergency medical ninjutsu. I probably understand what you mean. After listening, Zuming nodded slightly and his expression softened. Actually, you know what to do next. It's just that you can't pass the hurdle in your heart, but we must pass this hurdle. A sharp knife can be a murder weapon or a weapon to protect your family. The key is how the person holding the knife uses it. Zuming stood up, walked to the two of them, and patted one person on the shoulder with one hand. Go ahead. Even if your heart resists, even if your body trembles, grit your teeth and do it. Because you are doing the right thing, your colleagues will support you behind the scenes, and those who survive this project will surround you. Therefore, for the good ideas we had when this project was born, we will go through it firmly. There are thorns along the way. Zuming's voice was extremely gentle, and his tone was full of encouragement. The next step in animal testing is naturally human testing. In this era when medical ninjutsu was first developed, it was easy to accidentally send someone away instead of saving them. But this is a necessary step. Only by experiencing death can you defeat death. I see. Orochimaru exhaled solemnly and nodded. We still need you, a lazy guy, to tell us what to do. Tsunade slapped Zuming's palm away and said nonchalantly, we're just here to show off our achievements to you, don't be too proud. Advertisement. If her eyes didn't turn red when she said this, it would still be convincing. Naturally, Zuming would not break through Tsunade's stubbornness. He smiled and retracted his palm, and said in a gentle tone, of course, I just expressed my feelings. Well, what you said does make some sense. Tsunade tilted his head and said with a red face. Aside. Orochimaru looked thoughtfully and gave Zuming a meaningful look. Zuming stared back. Don't mess with the Mandarin ducks. In short, after the two of them were comforted by Zuming, They calmed down and went back. But Zooming couldn't rest yet, because Orochimaru and Zooming are not the only A guests tonight. Teacher third generation, Uncle Danzo, how come you have to climb over the wall without going as far as the door? Zooming walked to the yard, looked at the two figures standing under the moonlight, and couldn't help but complain. Ahem, don't worry about such small details all the time. Third Hokage coughed awkwardly. Boys should be more generous, Danzo said without changing his face. What the hell? Hearing this, Zooming was surprised. When he was young, Danzo could still tell funny jokes. I rely on. What kind of ups and downs did it take for decades to turn you into the gloomy and cold old silver coin in future generations? For a moment, Zooming felt a little uncomfortable with the current Danzo. Zooming, you did a great job just now. Advertisement. The third Hokage talked about what happened just now with an expression of admiration. There are always things that need to be done by someone, and there are always people who need to sacrifice for the village. They are like burning leaves, lighting up the future for the village. I'm glad you understand that. Sacrifice is indeed necessary. Zooming could not deny these words. Although in the future, the will of fire will change. But at this time, it was indeed his teacher third Hokage's innermost thoughts. Not long ago, in the battle where second Hokage died, it was third Hokage who was willing to take the initiative to cut off the rear and sacrifice for his friends. It's hard to bring up the matter of human experiments. I originally planned to ask them to give up. Third Hokage sighed quietly and said, but Zooming, you surprised me. You succeeded in convincing them both. That's good. A ninja is a person who carries something on his back. Perhaps Orochimaru and Tsunade can understand their ninja way from this incident. Mito-sama also admires you very much. The third Hokage rambled on for a long time. Zooming sounded a little confused. He didn't understand what third Hokage wanted to express at all, and there was no point in what he said. It seemed like he suddenly got excited and came to the door to talk nonsense. Actually, what I want to say is, don't worry about anything, just let go and do it. Third Hokage saw Zooming's doubts, smiled and said, our expectations and trust in you are much greater than you imagined. Expect? Trust? Zooming couldn't help but ponder, and enlightenment came to his heart. It turns out that he is considered a better genius than Orochimaru, with all kinds of whimsical ideas and wants to do all kinds of things, but he has been scrupulous about other people's ideas and hides his clumsiness. Advertisement. Only doing something indirectly, through Orochimaru. The third generation teacher now means to let him go free and do it boldly. All of us at the top are looking forward to entrusting you. These a broken bar. Zooming felt a little excited. Maybe he could have pushed Orochimaru a little harder? If Hiruzen hadn't accepted you as his disciple, I think we would be the master and disciple with the most compatible personalities. Danzo suddenly said. Third Hokage, Zooming, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was an astonishing statement. What, did I say something wrong? Danzo frowned, dissatisfied. You are all planning to make Orochimaru and Tsunade give up, but I am the only one who persuades them to continue. Isn't this the same as Zooming's idea? The third Hokage curled his lips and looked away. Zooming was a little surprised, smiled and said nothing. In short, I will be in charge of human experimentation from now on. Danzo looked at Zooming, pointed at himself, and said, in the future, if you have any ideas or attempts that are inconvenient to be made public, you can also come to me. I'm always welcome. After finishing speaking, Danzo paused and added another sentence. Of course, it's something that's good for Konoha. Zooming nodded and said sincerely, I will not hurt Konoha, at least in this era. This vibrant Konoha. Zooming has no thoughts of destruction. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 28 Forbidden Technique of Medical Ninjutsu Prev Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. The next day, human experiments are carried out in secret. For the Medical Ninjutsu project, there is an additional assistant, Elder Shimura Danzering. Progress seems to be good. When they met for dinner at Teacher Third Generation's house, Orochimaru and Tsunade went from throwing up when they saw meat at the beginning, to slowly returning to normal. and to being able to eat sashimi again. It only took a short week. They adapt quickly. Human beings always have a sense of fear from the genetic level to the corpses of the same kind. There is no way to eliminate it. It can only be overcome by willpower. If it is to treat internal injuries, such as a broken bone due to a blunt blow, which pierces one's own blood vessels, then we can completely cut the wound site, remove the bone, stop the bleeding, and then suture it again. The blood vessels are key. If there is internal bleeding, there is no way to stop it with conventional means. Because of the conversation with teacher third generation and Uncle Danzo that night, Zooming revealed a little more. He looked at the report of the human experiment, incarnated the magical power of time, extracted the knowledge in his mind, and taught it to Orochimaru and Tsunade. The result is that the perfection of medical ninjutsu is advancing rapidly. After all, Zooming has mastered the mature version of medical ninjutsu, which is equivalent to mastering the right direction. But others don't know. So Orochimaru and Tsunade were shocked, and even some well-informed people in the project team expressed their disbelief in private, as if they had seen Sage of Six Paths. How can someone be ahead of the people in their project team just by looking at the data? Advertisement. However, after learning that Xuming was the creator of the concept of medical ninjutsu, everyone felt reasonable again. After all, this one is a true pioneer. The same internal injury, such as a broken bone, we have to cut the injured part first. If the bone is too small to be broken, just clean it up, leaving only the big ones, and then use medical ninjutsu to stimulate the activity of the bone fragments, and the cleaned up parts will grow back. If the bones are all broken into small pieces, then restore the bones according to the approximate shape first, and then cut off the excess hypertrophic bone. If it grows crookedly, you can plan to retreat it. Anyway, save your life first under the circumstances. Zooming answered every question. The many operating techniques revealed made the project team overwhelmed. Orochimaru called his thoughts as unpredictable as lightning. I knew that your insight and calculation ability must be at the pervert level. Orochimaru couldn't help complaining, and said, I, who is practical and sorts out data, can't match your experience. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if you secretly killed tens of thousands of people. Damn, don't talk nonsense. Zooming shook the corners of his eyes speechlessly. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Of course, it was just a bit of Orochimaru's venomous tongue towards him, to vent the depression of heavy work. After all, Orochimaru is only 10 years old now. It's just that his outstanding work ability and monstrous talent make people forget his age. On the contrary, Tsunade's reaction was a little strange. Whenever I have free time, I will pull him to talk about things. We talked a lot, and naturally we also talked about the establishment of hospitals, the training of medical ninja teams and other things. These are Tsunade's future thoughts. As soon as Zooming said it, he hit her hard directly. Advertisement. Zooming, are you a roundworm in my stomach? Tsunade frowned and asked seriously, why are our thoughts so close? Go fart. Zooming countered directly, mercilessly, it's clear that your fragmented thoughts met my complete idea by chance. When I had these thoughts, you didn't know where are you playing with mud. If you do a lot of things like the god of time, you will get used to it. Zooming is very thick-skinned now, and he can say that medical ninjutsu is his idea without changing his face. Go to hell you. Tsunade was refuted and couldn't hold back his face and ran away. As Zooming said, there are mature ideas on one side and fragmentary ideas on the other. No one would think that they are like-minded people, only that Tsunade was influenced by Zooming. The point is, Tsunade himself is having doubts. Did those vague thoughts appear in her mind after hearing Zooming's words? A broken bar. The human experiment started quickly and ended quickly. People also consumed quickly. Just looking at the data on paper, Zooming knew that hundreds of people were hospitalized. Konoha's burden was successfully reduced. Advertisement. The practical stage is almost here. Healing jutsu, hemostasis, and chakra scalpel have all been born, and the higher-ups have decided to start training a group of medical ninjas. The situation is great. But the question, why is there still feedback? Zooming looked at the air in front of him, and twitched the corner of his mouth. I saw the feedback information coming from the system. You have perfectly mastered the S-level medical sealing technique 100 healings mark. Preserve the refined high purity yang escape nature chakra in the forehead and heart by sealing technique, and release it when needed. You have perfectly mastered S-level medical ninja art, mitotic regeneration. By releasing the high purity yang escape nature chakra in 100 healings mark, it can quickly repair the damage of the body, strengthen the body function, and delay aging without the need for seals. You have perfectly mastered the S-level medical forbidden technique by how technique. By fully releasing chakra, the yang escape property in 100 healings mark, the cells of the body will enter a highly active state, and any damage will be repaired spontaneously, but once it is used, it will consume lifespan, and it will double the lifespan when repairing damage. Zooming looked at the 3 forbidden techniques that were fed back, and couldn't help but look at the ceiling. This is the signature forbidden technique of later generations Tsunade. But why is it through your Orochimaru feedback to me? Are you also a supernatural power of time? No, I have to ask to understand. Zooming made up his mind, turned over and covered himself with the quilt. It's 10 o'clock, it's time to go to bed. After waking up, go to Orochimaru again. Feelu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 29 Orochimaru's Discovery, The True Effect of Yang Dun Prev Chapter Next chapter advertisement. Add a broken bar. A broken bar. Aren't you studying medical ninjutsu? Why did your research go in other directions? The next day, Kyonin approached Orochimaru head-on and asked tactfully, "You know everything?" Orochimaru's face suddenly changed and he reacted in panic. This time it was Zooming's turn to panic. "I led you to the path of research in advance, and Orochimaru, who will not be a bad person in future generations, also appeared in advance." "That's right, how could I possibly hide it from you?" Before Zooming could speak, Orochimaru began to self-destruct and said in a depressed tone, "In the process of researching Yang release, I discovered that the Senju clan has a secret method of Yang release that can stimulate cell activity in a short period of time and increase recovery and physical strength. Endurance have been significantly improved. Theoretically this will consume lifespan, but the average age of their Senju clan has not declined." "Well," Zooming's brows suddenly raised, "isn't a technique with this kind of effect just like the original version of Bai Hao technique? And I have secretly compared it. People who use this secret all year round have longer lifespans than others. This is unreasonable." Orochimaru scratched his head in distress, as if he had been troubled by this problem for a long time. "So, what did you do?" Zooming asked calmly. "I used Yang release with high intensity on a snake, and among the 378 snakes, the lifespan of one of them showed the same changes as the Senju clan." Orochimaru raised his head, his face full of confusion, "And the snake laid a total of 16 eggs 3 times, and 6 baby snakes also inherited this characteristic." Zooming's eyes narrowed, and his heart was filled with waves. "Orochimaru did it to this extent behind his back? 378 snakes, 3 production and hatchings, and 16 second generation snakes. Even if this kind of experiment is done normally, it is a huge amount of data." But Orochimaru actually completed another personal project secretly while working on the medical ninjutsu project. Advertisement. Add wrong a broken bar. Zooming suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you mix the experiment into the medical project?" "Ah, Zooming, you guessed it right away." Orochimaru smiled in admiration and said, "I set up many sub-projects at the beginning, some of which were for my personal exploration, but later they were discarded as useless information. The data was also destroyed." Hiss a broken bar. Zooming took a breath of cold air. "Self-taught without a teacher, you are harming the public and enriching yourself, right?" "Then have you come to a conclusion?" Zooming asked thoughtfully. He wanted to know how far Orochimaru had gone. "I didn't know it at first, but later I studied the people of the Senju clan who lived longer after using Yang Dun's secret transmission, and obtained their blood through experiments. I felt that it was slightly different from other Senju clan people, but the specific difference is where, I don't know. Orochimaru spread his hands and said, I can only tell that their blood is more active and vital. Then I had a guess. I think we have been deceived by the superficial effects of yang escape. As a kind of life energy, its real function may be to stimulate cell evolution. Once the evolution is successful, the creatures that accept yang escape will not only not lose their lifespan, but will be nourished and protected. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he looked at Zuming intently. There was a longing in his eyes, a longing for recognition. Zuming frowned slightly, looking at Orochimaru's expectant look. He couldn't help but sigh. It was really what he thought. Orochimaru, who embarked on the path of research ahead of time, gradually headed towards the fork of becoming a human being without guidance. This kind of thing is taboo. Zuming sighed. Advertisement. Orochimaru's heart sank, his eyes darkened. Why? Even you don't understand me. Obviously you led me on this path, don't tell me you, like everyone else, cast a discriminating and repelling look at me. Zuming, don't do it in the eyes of the village in the future, and do it secretly by yourself. Zuming finished the second half of his sentence at this time. Orochimaru looked up in surprise, his face full of surprise. Why are you surprised? Do you think I will scold you or deny you? Zuming looked at him funny, shook his head and said, I led you to this road. If I am wrong, it is my worst mistake. Moreover, a broken bar. Zuming suddenly showed a smile that was not a smile. I, the person who proposed the idea of a medical ninjutsu, don't you suspect that I have done similar experiments secretly? Orochimaru was stunned, then scratched his head and laughed. He did doubt it. I even couldn't help but test it once before, that is, the time when Zuming seemed to have killed tens of thousands of people. In a sense, your conclusion is correct, but the process is wrong. Zuming rubbed his forehead, feeling a little headache whether he should tell Orochimaru those things. You mean ... by mistake? Orochimaru froze for a moment. Zuming nodded, his expression pondering. Yang Dun can indeed induce cell evolution. A high purity Yang Dun will become a blood successor boundary, and a higher purity Yang Dun will make people have a sage body. The chakra distributed to the world by Sage of Six Paths actually contains the complete power of the fruit of the sacred tree. Advertisement. It just lacks the key and cannot show its full posture. Just as Akai Madara devours the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama, with the power of Ashura chakra in the flesh and blood, it resonates with the Indra chakra residing in itself to form a complete key, thus guiding the potential power of chakra. This power is Rinnegan. These are the exact words of Madara. Since you have discovered something, let me reveal some secrets to you. Zuming smiled suddenly and raised his finger. At the fingertips, a moist green glow lit up. This is? Orochimaru couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The moment he saw this ray of light, his body felt a strong desire. This is chakra after the transformation of high purity Yang Dun. Zuming lightly pressed Orochimaru's body with his fingers. Orochimaru didn't dodge, staring at the green glow, allowing it to make contact with the skin. It can be used as the source of life, it can repair dark wounds, it can replenish lifespan. It can even be directly regarded as a kind of vitality, replacing the consumption of cells. While Zuming was speaking, the green glow completely merged into Orochimaru's body. Boom! In an instant, a mass of warm heat melted in Orochimaru's body, and then a surge of vigorous energy surged up like a river breaking its embankment. He immediately felt refreshed, and his limbs were relaxed for a while. The exhaustion accumulated from many days of work was suddenly emptied. Orochimaru even felt full of energy, as if after a deep sleep. He felt full all over his body. Felu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 30 Visiting Uzumaki Mido Pref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Click. What's even more terrifying is that his bones suddenly felt numb and made a crisp sound. Orochimaru noticed that his field of vision was shaking, and the things around him were inexplicably a few inches shorter, but he was immediately shocked and his face changed in horror. It wasn't that the things around him were shorter, It was that he suddenly grew a few inches taller, and the clothes on my body suddenly became crowded and narrow, as if I was wearing a piece of clothing that was one size too small and did not fit. How can this be? Orochimaru looked down at his body and couldn't believe his eyes. His whole body swelled, and strong muscles grew on his body. How is it impossible? Zuming smiled faintly, put down his fingers, and said, "Chakra has almost infinite possibilities. Haven't you ever thought about it? A power that can express the 7 attributes of wind, earth, water, fire, thunder, yin and yang. How high is its essence?" Orochimaru fell silent in astonishment. A good while. He sighed and nodded. "You are right, the essence of chakra is indeed incredibly high. I have always ignored this matter before." "But, Zuming, how do you know?" "Your tone doesn't sound like doubt, but more like certainty." Orochimaru looked up, staring directly at Zuming. "Of course I have my sources of information. You can guess as much as you like, but I won't tell you. At least not now," Zuming said after considering. "In addition, purifying Yang-dun nature transformation is not suitable for you. Your path is not the same here, elsewhere. So I can only confirm my guess about Yang-dun today." "You won't tell me anything else?" Orochimaru was a little helpless. "Yes, advertisement, ad." Zuming nodded, with a gentle smile on his face. "But I won't tell you forever. As long as you follow step by step, you will get all the answers sooner or later." "Really?" Orochimaru raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Then I'll wait and see." A broken bar. After chatting with Orochimaru, Zuming went to the Senju clan. He met the famous first Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido. This woman in her 60s still looks very young due to her strong vitality and the chakra of Nine Tails. At first glance, she seems to be only in her 30s or 40s. Her bright red hair was even more gorgeous and dazzling like a flame. "You little guy, why do you have time to come to my place?" Uzumaki Mido asked curiously with a smile. She has a good impression of Zuming. This fourth disciple of Hiruzen has outstanding talents, as well as a broad mind that can understand the current situation but be humble. Uzumaki Mido feels that if he were more than 10 years younger, he might not be able to help but compete with Hiruzen for students. "It's my fault that I haven't been able to visit because I have something to do," Zuming said hypocritically. "Loquacious." Uzumaki Mido laughed and cursed, and said, "You little guy is too busy every day. You obviously don't want to see me, an old woman." "Oh, Mido-senpai, am I here?" Zuming said with a smile. The two chatted in the tea room. The topics were all trivial and nothing important. Uzumaki Mido doesn't think Zuming needs to talk to her about anything. "The reason why I didn't come before was because I deliberately avoided suspicion because of the medical ninjutsu project. Now that the project has ended, what else can Zuming do?" "It was probably because Hiruzen was nagging her so much that she came to visit." Advertisement. Ad. Uzumaki Mido is like a mirror in his heart, seeing the situation clearly. "Actually, I took the liberty to come to the door today, and I really have something to trouble you, Senior Mido," Zuming said suddenly after taking a sip of tea. Boom. A broken bar. The mirror in Uzumaki Mido's heart shattered. "What's up?" She pretended to be calm and picked up the cup to sip the tea, hiding a little embarrassment on her face. "I was actually slapped in the face?" "It's still about medical ninjutsu?" Zuming paused, then smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I have mastered 3 forbidden technique level medical ninjutsu. I wonder if Senior and the Senju clan are interested?" "Oh, forbidden technique level medical ninjutsu, right." Uzumaki Mido nodded casually. Puff. The next moment, a mouthful of tea was sprayed out. Uzumaki Mido couldn't care less about his gaffe, and asked in surprise, "What did you say? Forbidden technique level medical ninjutsu, or 3? "Yes." Zuming calmly held the teacup and nodded. "How is it possible?" Uzumaki Mido frowned subconsciously. "I haven't heard of such development in the project team." "Because this is not the result of the project team," Zuming said with a faint smile. "It is my personal result." "Your personal?" Uzumaki Mido's eyes widened, looking at Zuming incredulously. "Is it hard to understand, Mido-senpai?" Zuming smiled slightly, and said nonchalantly, "I came up with the concept of medical ninjutsu. You may also know that I also came up with the idea of a Chidori and Rasengan." Then I personally developed something new. What is impossible? But what you said is forbidden technique. Uzumaki Mito let out a long breath. Advertisement. Ad. She knows Zuming's talent. It is not surprising or even a matter of course to say that there are some small personal achievements outside the project. But you said that your personal achievement turned out to be a forbidden technique level medical ninjutsu that the entire project team failed to achieve, so Uzumaki Mito found it unbelievable. Is your personal talent stronger than the entire project team? Wait. It seems to be true. Uzumaki Mito pressed his hand to his forehead. His head was in confusion. Senior Mito, why don't you listen to my 3 forbidden techniques first? Zuming said slowly. Also, Uzumaki Mito put aside all the thoughts in his mind, and decided to listen to what Zuming had to say first. Go ahead. Well, the 3 forbidden technique level medical ninjutsu are advanced uses of Yang Dun, and they are a set of interlocking ninjutsu. Zuming began to talk about it unhurriedly. From 100 healings mark, to ninja art, mitotic regeneration, to Bai-Hao technique. Step by step, the final effect will be superimposed to an astonishing degree. Your 3 techniques. Uzumaki Mito's face was stunned when he heard it, and a shocking wave was set off in his heart, and he almost couldn't maintain his expression. Isn't this the complete version of the secret biography of the Senju family's escape from the sun? No. It can only be said that the starting point is the same, but the Senju clan is still at the foot of the mountain, and Zuming has already reached the top of the mountain. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 31, Deals, Favors, Akamuki Secrets Brev Chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. Most likely Zuming got inspiration from the Senju clan. What a terrifying talent. A little thing that the Senju clan has only explored for thousands of years, has been transformed into a mature and complete technique by this little guy. Is this genius? Uzumaki Mito looked at Zuming in amazement, as if seeing the demeanor of her former husband above all ninjas. Although it is a different field, although it is a different way, but the talent that is ahead of the times is really exactly the same. These 3 techniques, I am the main one for the Senju family. Uzumaki Mito showed a burdened smile, and sighed. It really makes people feel complicated. The secret of Yang escape passed down by the Senju family from generation to generation is actually in the hands of a foreigner. It has been perfected a broken bar. It's just a coincidence for me. Zuming smiled humbly. It doesn't matter, if you have this kind of ability, you should benefit. Anyway, the Senju family will not suffer. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand. She seemed to adjust her mood. He poured another cup of tea and finished drinking. Uzumaki Mito said, these 3 forbidden techniques are very important to the Senju clan. Even if you can't learn all of them, learning one will greatly increase your strength. Well, I heard that last time that kid bought you with all his wealth. Chidori. Now I also understand Kagami's feelings. It's painful to cut your own flesh, but you have to cut your own flesh. As Uzumaki Mito said, he glanced at Zuming lightly. Zuming drank his tea with his head down, but didn't speak. I can't think of anything to exchange with you for a while, so how about it? Uzumaki Mito pondered, and came up with a plan. The Senju family will give things of equal value, whether it is technology, manpower, or industry, capital, chakra metal, etc. You can ask the Senju family for anything you want at any time. After all, you let the Senju family took out 3 forbidden techniques of equivalent value at once, and it was somewhat painful. Advertisement. Ad. So I'm hoping for a deferred payment. Uzumaki Mito said with some embarrassment. This is more or less suspected of reneging on debts, because she is an elder reneging on a grandson's child. But this proposal is in line with Zuming's thinking. He also felt that it was appropriate. Anyway, with Uzumaki Mito, 3rd Hokage, and a fellow student, Tsunade, it is impossible for the Senju family to turn their backs after the surgery. Delayed payment is a good idea. I think it's okay. Zuming nodded to Uzumaki Mito after thinking about it. That's good. Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief, and said again, of course, this is not a normal transaction method, so in order to express my gratitude for your concession, I personally and the Senju clan owe you a favor. Uzumaki Mito's expression was extremely serious when he mentioned the word human feelings. For someone like her who grew up in the Sengoku era, human affection is an extremely important promise. As long as it is within the scope of ability, even if you die, you must do it. You are too serious. Zuming looked hesitant, feeling that the weight was a bit too heavy. This is what it should be. Uzumaki Mito saw his refusal and said in a firm voice, "All right." Zuming sighed inwardly. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's firm eyes, he knew he couldn't beat this senior. Advertisement. Then take it. Speaking of favors, I happen to have something here, and now I need to use your favors from Senior Mito. Zuming suddenly thought of his second reason for coming today, and said with a smile, "Oh, you said." Uzumaki Mito was a little curious. "I hope to get the esoteric knowledge of the Akamaki family's Yang escape for me and Orochimaru's personal research," Zuming said thoughtfully. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head to drink his tea, not daring to look at Uzumaki Mito's expression. The secret of the Akamaki family's Yang escape is their secret technique of doubling. This is the foundation of Akamaki. Any ninja and individual are strictly guarded against the things that are their foundation. Except for blood relatives and disciples, they will not reveal a word to others. But now, Zuming, an outsider, actually asks for the secret knowledge of the other party's family. No matter how you say it, this is a very excessive thing. It's as bad as if an outsider wants to enter your house and then break the load-bearing wall of your house. If it is spread, it may even turn against each other, causing a gap between the Inuyasha Ring family and the Sarutobi family of 3rd Hokage, and the final alliance may collapse. In the original setting, the 3 Inuyasha Ring families formed an alliance for generations in the Sengoku era, under the witness of the Sarutobi clan. Inuyasha Ring thus became a fan of the Sarutobi clan. There was a silence in the tea room. Zuming drank his tea, feeling a little flustered. The request he made was something that even 2nd Hokage didn't do. Although 2nd Hokage established a ninja school and required the open exchange of ninjutsu, it also allowed each family to keep its own secrets, and most contributed the conventional 5-element escapism. Advertisement. It's actually not difficult. Uzumaki Mito suddenly chuckled, which made Zuming feel relieved. Isn't it difficult? Zuming raised his head in doubt. Well, looking at it now, it's really not difficult, and I don't even need to use my favor. Uzumaki Mito squinted his eyes in thought, looked at Zuming with a smile, and said, "Take it as a gift from me, an elder, to you. Go back and wait for my good news." "Thank you so much." Zuming thanked Uzumaki Mito, although he didn't know what Uzumaki Mito was sure about, but since he said so, Zuming believed it. He didn't need to consume favors, and he was happy and relaxed. Then, Zuming completely relaxed. He came to the Senju clan today for 2 important things. One is to trade future Tsunade's skills to the Senju family to see if they can get something. The other is to ask Senior Uzumaki Mito, who has a scary seniority and status, to come forward and get the secret biography of the Akamaki clan's Yang escape. Yang escape secret technique, in addition to healing, is also used on the way to increase. Treatment is medical ninjutsu, which needless to say, amplification, that is the classic doubling secret technique of the Akamaki family. Now that one has been done, why not just do the second project together? Zuming decided to put pressure on Orochimaru. Feel's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th, Chapter 32. Another direction of Yang done research Prev chapter next chapter advertisement. Zuming visited Uzumaki Mito's party and it was successfully completed. On that day, he was left to have dinner before leaving. The host and guest had a great time, and everyone felt that they had earned money. The Senju family felt that they just paid some foreign things and got the forbidden technique that can be passed on from generation to generation. The family heritage has increased again. And maybe one day another ninja god like 1st Hokage will be born. As for human affection, it is just another form of bondage. Owing Zuming's favor, It made the relationship between the Senju clan and Zuming closer. They can't wait for this. As for Zuming, the 3 forbidden techniques are only learned by Tsunade and little Sakura. They seem to fit the Senju family, but the difficulty is so high that 99% of them can't learn them. They are destined to be left on the shelf to eat ashes. And these 3 forbidden techniques are unlikely to help the Senju clan cultivate any strong people. The real strong is actually the reincarnation bearer of Ashura Chakra. For the reincarnators, if these 3 forbidden techniques are the same, they themselves will be ridiculously strong. This is Zuming's heartfelt words. Naturally, such unwelcome words would not be spoken. All in all, the atmosphere couldn't be better. So much so that the little guy Mikoto was released, and ran to Zuming's house crying, saying that his closest friend would not go to her, but went to play with the Senju clan. Zuming coaxed the little girl for a long time. A broken bar. Advertisement. Ad. After tidying up some chores, Zuming found Orochimaru again. This time, he specially asked Orochimaru to meet in the forest behind the mountain. It was early in the morning, just when Orochimaru finished what he had arranged for himself and was about to go to bed at the end of the day. This familiar meeting scene. Orochimaru came to the appointed place and started complaining when he saw Zuming. Although I know that you must have new ideas for new techniques when you come to me, and I am also very happy to have new research topics, but can you find a more normal time? You who are used to going to bed early and getting up early, shouldn't you be sleeping at this time? I have to sleep 6 hours a day now. Otherwise I won't have enough energy to do research during the day. Orochimaru complained about a big pass. Obviously, being called out at 3 o'clock in the morning is a very annoying thing. Snap it. A broken bar. Zuming raised his hand and slapped him with a green glow. Orochimaru's whole body was full of energy. His body's exhaustion was swept away. He felt as if he had a good night's sleep, and he could work for another 10 hours. Oh, it's a great feeling. Orochimaru suddenly lost his temper and stretched with a smile. The reason why people need to rest is because the damage to body tissues and organs needs to be repaired. Zuming said lightly. To put it bluntly, fatigue itself is a kind of damage. If the body's wounds can be repaired, then there is no need to rest. No problem, let alone sudden death. Hearing this, Orochimaru touched his chin with interest. Fatigue equals damage. Advertisement. Ad. It was the first time he heard this kind of statement, but his intuition told him that it was so. As expected of Zuming, the knowledge he possesses is like the ocean, unfathomable. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Although he has long been used to being surprised, he still can't help sighing every time he encounters such a situation. The person who has mastered Yang Dun at your level can save time for sleeping and rest. Orochimaru couldn't help being surprised and said after thinking, in other words, it takes 1/3 more time per day than ordinary people. Lifespan is equivalent to prolonging in disguise, right? That's right. Zuming nodded. I'm so envious. Orochimaru sighed sincerely. For a scientific researcher like him, the biggest worry every day is not enough time. Don't be envious, I'll just give you a few shots every day. Zuming smiled maliciously like a big bad wolf seeing its prey. So good? Orochimaru was overjoyed at first, and then saw Zuming's expression, and immediately realized the problem. No. You want me to work around the clock? I reject. This is killing me. Orochimaru's face changed drastically, and he turned and ran without thinking. But how could he outrun Zuming? Laugh. A bright and slender Kaienbon was wrung out from Zuming's hand, and he threw it towards the fleeing Orochimaru. Kaienbon was as fast as a streamer, and immediately stabbed Orochimaru's back. Sizzling. In an instant, this Senmoto turned into a ball of blue electric current and exploded, spreading to Orochimaru's whole body. Advertisement. Ad. Lightning style Chidori 1000 books. Zuming, you are a dog. Orochimaru's body was paralyzed, and he fell to the ground. Zuming walked over slowly, helped Orochimaru up, patted the dirt off his body, and then patted him with a lush green glow. In less than half a second, the paralysis on Orochimaru's body disappeared, and the broken skin on his face caused by the fall just now also disappeared. The paralysis of electric current is also a kind of injury in essence. Accept the reality, Orochimaru. Like a ruthless boss, Zooming gave Orochimaru a cold sentence. Hateful, a broken bar, a broken bar. Orochimaru didn't run away either, and sat down on the ground in despair, and asked helplessly, "Let's talk. What is the new research idea?" "I am currently cultivating the 6th generation snakes adapted to the evolution of Yang escape. Half of them have already produced chakra. I feel that the 10th generation can be used as a ninja beast." "Not bad. You can imitate the Inuzuka clan and create a big snake clan," Zooming praised. "Stop talking nonsense and get down to business." Orochimaru was not in the mood to say this. He didn't do research for such a boring thing as creating a family. It is the pursuit of knowledge, the pursuit of a higher landscape. "Okay, are you interested in studying another direction of Yang Dun?" Zooming asked with a smile. Orochimaru couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Didn't you say that Yang Dun is not my way?" "But you didn't stop, did you?" "Stimulate the cells with Yang Dun, and ripen the snakes to mature and reproduce in advance. In a few days, they have been cultivated from the 2nd generation to the 6th generation." Zooming looked at him speechlessly, and said, "Besides, although it's not your way, you can learn something by analogy, right?" "That's right." Orochimaru couldn't refute, so he just nodded. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 33 Feedback. Hey middle. Chakra Census Resonance. Brev chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Ad. So next you will study another direction of Yang Dun, entity transformation. Zooming said lightly, "I have already found a relationship to ask for the secret information of the Akamaki family, and I will get it in a few days. Before that, you should study the shadow clone technique first." "Shadow clone?" Orochimaru was taken aback. "That's right. Don't you think the A-level ninjutsu of Yang Dun nature transformation is very interesting?" Zooming asked. "What's so interesting?" Orochimaru asked in confusion. Zooming laughed, and said, "Shadow clone will divide the chakra of the main body equally. Once a shadow clone is divided, the main body will only keep half of the chakra in the normal state. The lost half cannot be replenished through subsequent refinement. In other words, shadow clone takes away the upper limit of the main body chakra." "These a broken bar, a broken bar." Orochimaru froze suddenly, blinked his eyes in surprise, and fell into deep thought. "It is not a problem to divide half of the chakra, but the upper limit of chakra is divided, which is a big problem. In addition, when shadow clone is released, memories and feelings will be returned. This shows that there is a special connection between shadow clone and the ontology." "Where do I start?" Orochimaru's interest came, and the strange and unknown ninjutsu could tickle his itch the most. "Shadow clone was developed by 2nd Hokage. You can go to the Senju family to borrow 2nd Hokage's development notes." Zooming pointed out, "With the medical ninjutsu project, you have a much closer relationship with the Senju family, and borrowing notes is not difficult." This. Why did you figure it out?" Orochimaru looked at Zooming speechlessly. "So what, aren't you tempted?" Zooming admitted confidently. "Hiss. If I can't beat you, I really want to give you 2 punches." Orochimaru twitched the corners of his mouth angrily. "In short, start with shadow clone, and study the transformation of Yang Dun entity." Advertisement. Ad. Orochimaru started as Zooming wanted. "A broken bar, a broken bar. Snap it, a broken bar, a broken bar. A lush green on. Snap it, a broken bar, a broken bar. The second hair is full of green light. Crack, 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 crack. The third shot, the fourth shot, the Yang Dun chakra. Who doesn't know how many shots?" Zooming went to Orochimaru to give him a shot every time he had brunch. And the situation was as Zooming expected. Orochimaru, who hadn't slept for 7 whole days, was still refreshed and refreshed. The skin is also slightly smoother. In this high-intensity lunch break study, Zooming also received systematic feedback. "You have perfectly mastered the A-level Yang escape secret technique chakra perception resonance. You can sense the chakra you have released and take it back before it is swallowed by creatures or dissipated." Question mark. Seeing this feedback, a question mark jumped out of Zooming's head. A strong sense of copyright Yavu welled up in my heart. "This thing. Isn't it like the sacred tree reclaiming chakra? Scatter the chakra as a seed to take root in the body of the creature. Use the body energy and spiritual energy of the creature as nutrients, take root and germinate, and then extract the life of the creature back together. It is equivalent to usurping the nutrients of life. Damn, is the underlying code of the shadow clone technique such a dangerous thing? Advertisement. Ad or did Orochimaru go in another direction after halfway through his research? Zuming was shocked. He didn't care about anything else, and hurried to Orochimaru's house. Recently, Orochimaru has been poring over second Hokage's research notes at home. Hey Orochimaru, is dinner ready? Zuming came to Orochimaru's house, jumped in through the window as usual, and asked with the usual expression. In the room, Orochimaru sat cross-legged among a pile of scrolls, and the ground around him was strewn with papers of his own accord. Seeing Zuming coming in, Orochimaru showed a very strange expression. Did you put some surveillance ninjutsu on me? How can there be such a thing? Zuming looked surprised. Then why do you appear in front of me every time I get results? Orochimaru keenly grasped a certain pattern and asked. This shows that we have telepathy, Zuming said sternly, almost patting his chest with his hands. Whispering sound. Orochimaru smiled contemptuously, looking down at his scroll again. Hey, what's your attitude? Contemptuous attitude. Hello. Okay, I did find something from the second generation purpose notes. Orochimaru used interruption to end this meaningless conversation. His expression became serious and he said, second generation himself has also studied the shadow clone technique. He found that when maintaining the shadow clone technique, the body will also undergo some changes. Those changes are similar to the secret yang escape of their Senju clan. Advertisement. Ad in other words, the shadow clone technique is a byproduct of studying the secrets of the Senju family's yang escape. What second generation really wants to study is the yang escape chakra mode. Orochimaru's voice was like gold and stone, striking the ground. Many people outside would just laugh at this kind of assertion, but in the ears of those who are interested, it will cause a huge stir and even cause a blockbuster uproar, because this goes straight to the essence of shadow clone technique. Is this your achievement? Zuming exhaled and looked at Orochimaru in admiration. No, I just collected the scattered ideas of the second generation project and moved forward half a step. Orochimaru shook his head. I believe that the second generation project himself has already had similar speculations, but I just didn't record them. That's amazing. Zuming's admiration did not diminish by half. Finding the correct answer from a large pile of unsystematic clues is undoubtedly a skill. Orochimaru has an amazing sensitivity to data and clues. He can always detect the subtle connections between things and clearly capture these connections. So what do you personally think of shadow clone technique? Zuming asked. I think this is a non-corporeal them creation jutsu. Its essence is no different from the Akamaki clan's doubling secret technique. They both increase our body parts. Orochimaru looked solemn and said, it's just that the muscles and nerves created by the doubling secret technique are directly connected, so they can be sensed by ninjas, but the shadow clone technique is connected to the chakra itself, and chakra has no pain, so we can't feel it. But it's a little weird. I still don't understand why shadow clone technique takes away the chakra limit of the main body, Orochimaru said at the end with a puzzled expression. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th, Chapter 34. Doubling the Secret Art Brev Chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ad. You'd better not understand. Zuming listened to Orochimaru's words and sighed secretly in his heart, because what shadow clone separates is the share of chakra in each person's body. But why does chakra have a share? Isn't this thing the product of the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy? Theoretically, as much energy as I provide is the right amount. But chakra is actually a foreign thing. A kind of seed that lives in the human body and sucks spiritual energy and physical energy to survive. Zuming was a little silent. He was not going to lift the biggest lid for Orochimaru yet. Suddenly learning the strong truth will lead to the collapse of the three views. Why silence? Orochimaru keenly sensed something bad from Zuming's reaction. Is my guess wrong? No. Your look tells me I'm right. So there's something wrong with the answer? Orochimaru's gaze suddenly deepened, and with his astonishingly keen intuition, he instantly read all kinds of obscure information from Zuming's heaviness. No wonder. He narrowed his eyes, his expression thoughtful. I've been thinking for a while, the power of chakra is too high and, it seems to be omnipotent, and it doesn't seem like something that humans can have at all. Human beings are too lowly constructed to be worthy of chakra. Advertisement. Ad. Speaking of this, Orochimaru suddenly looked at Zooming, and asked solemnly, "Is this a gift, or a curse?" "It's a gift," Zooming replied after being silent for a few seconds. Regardless of the nature of chakra, the reason humans have chakra is a benevolent gift from the Sage of Six Paths. That's good. Orochimaru just breathed a sigh of relief. Zooming added quietly, "But if we pursue it, the gift will become a curse." "There's a broken bar." Orochimaru's face hardened. "But don't worry, the vast majority of people can't make it this far, and they have only learned a little information throughout their lives." Zooming patted Orochimaru's shoulder and comforted him. "Okay." Orochimaru smiled wryly, completely unconsoled. "Don't think too much, just get some sleep." Zooming pushed him to the bedroom, and said, "Although the physical fatigue has been cured by me, the spiritual fatigue still needs to be eliminated through deep sleep." Orochimaru nodded, stood up and left the scrolls and manuscript papers all over the floor. He also knew his situation. Although there is Zooming's treatment, the mental pressure is increasing day by day, and it is his limit to stay awake for a week. It's really time to go to bed. A broken bar. While Orochimaru sleeps, Zooming went to the Senju clan and met Akemaki, who was drinking tea and chatting with Uzumaki Mido. The multiplication secret technique he wanted, the Akemaki clan agreed. "Honestly speaking, I really don't understand what you want these things for." Akemaki brought several boxes of information, with a puzzled expression on his face. "The upper limit of the multiplication secret technique is visible to the naked eye. For a person like you, it should be looked down upon." "A person like me?" Zooming touched his face in surprise. Advertisement. Ad. The person who developed Rasengan and Chidori, and proposed the concept of medical ninjutsu, Akemaki said seriously. As third Hokage's fellow apprentice brother, Zooming's uncle, Akemaki learns a lot of things. He is well aware of Chidori and Rasengan. The most important development ideas are provided by Zooming, and the medical ninjutsu project is also based on Zooming. How could such a promising kid suddenly fall in love with his family's secret ninjutsu? Akemaki took the wind, a little confused. Could it be that my family's secret technique hides a potential that we don't understand? Akemaki Tikfang couldn't help asking. Zooming hesitated to speak. "How should I put it? The multiplication secret technique is just the same. There is no profound content. The reason why your Akemaki clan has this kind of secret technique is probably because their ancestors are related to the descendants of Ashura, and have a small amount of sage body power inheritance. If you really want to say how powerful it is, in fact, it can't be on the stage at all." In other words, none of the secret techniques of the Inashika ring families can be put on the table. They need to unite, shadow plus heart turn plus multiplication. The superposition of the three forces can be deterrent. Otherwise, the generational alliance will not be formed. The strong are always alone. "Okay, you don't need to say anything." Akemaki took the wind to have such an expression on his face, waved his hands and said, "Your expression already says it all." "Anyway, the multiplication secret technique is quite strange." Zooming showed a business smile. "I don't need to say good things. Anyway, I will give you something. If there is any benefit in the future, just remember to take care of the Akemaki family." Akemaki took the wind and left. There are a lot of boxes left in the yard of Uzumaki Mido's house. Zooming got up politely and went to send Akemaki Chifeng out of the Senju clan. When he came back, he saw Uzumaki Mido drinking tea leisurely, with a calm appearance, as if he had done a trivial thing. Advertisement. Ad. Senior Mido. Zooming didn't understand anymore, walked back and sat down again, and asked, "I want the inheritance of the Akemaki family at the bottom of the box. How can I take Uncle Feng so happily?" Uzumaki Mido glanced at him, put down his teacup with a sigh, and said, "Why are you so stupid all of a sudden, kid? Do you think Dabairama didn't study his family's secret technique when he was alive?" Zooming was taken aback. The answer never occurred to him. "Have you studied the second generation project?" "Nonsense. As the teacher of Chifeng, Dabairama has already studied the secret technique of doubling, and helped them perfect it. I heard that he has created some kind of auxiliary secret medicine, Uzumaki Maito said lightly. But I'm not a second generation. Zuming scratched his head, still feeling too relaxed. Senjuto Bairama is second Hokage and a ninjutsu development genius. More importantly, he is also Akamuki's teacher. His status and identity are far superior to the current Zuming. How can they be compared? Of course it's because Tobirama and the Akamuki clan were completely disappointed after they studied their doubling secret. Uzumaki Maito sighed with a sympathetic expression. They think that this is a secret technique with exhausted potential, and there is no value for further development. Unless one day a genius like Hashirama is born in the Akamuki family, otherwise they will always be only a middle-level ninja. While speaking, Uzumaki Maito looked up at Zuming. That's why I said before that it is not difficult to see their family's multiplication secret technique. The Akamuki family was disappointed, so they just took it out as a favor for you. As long as you don't spread the word, you'll be fine. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th.